Councillor Dew.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for speaking to us tonight. I think I know the answer to this and what you said, but I'd just like clarification. The recommendation from the officers includes something restricting the hours of use of the terraced area, bearing in mind what you said about it being used during working hours. If we were reminded to approve tonight and put that in, you'd be quite happy with that on there. Thank you. Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions? There are no other questions, so thank you very much. Are there any questions for our planning officer? If there are no questions, I'll just pass over to our planning officer because he has some points of clarification.
Hello. Yes, it was just to say that we can impose a condition such to secure details of the height of the balustrade if that would satisfy the situation. As I said, it would be dealt with by building control, but we can condition something to say something can be submitted in advance of that prior to it being put to its first use would be the standard wording we would use. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the debate. Is there anyone that would like to start off the discussion? Councillor Jordan.
Yes, I've visited the site and I think the recommendations and what they're going to do are going to improve this. I think I'm reassured by what they're saying about the use of the terrace and that height restrictions will be put in place and it will only be used at a certain time. So I'm kind of in mind to recommend approval of this. Okay.
Is there anybody else? Councillor Mockball?
I totally agree as well. I think this is quite straightforward and based on the fact that the business hours won't change, the parking's not an issue, there's no loss of parking, design will enhance the area, I think, and I totally agree with the councillor and I'd like to second.
Before going to that, is there Councillor Niche?
Sorry, just a quick one in, because I actually think it's quite important, as the planning officer just mentioned there, Kevin, is that we make sure that that barrier is. I'm sure building control would do it anyway, but I think the concerns have been come from one, can people get on the roof is one aspect, and also that overlooking bit, which looking at it now, I actually don't think it would be overlooked, but if someone was to stand up and look over, maybe. So I think that's worthwhile putting that in as a condition. I'm happy with the rest of it as well. So.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I went up with Councillor McAdam yesterday to have a look at this. It was obviously very quiet then, but it does seem to be well set back from the residential area. There's a clear, we can see by the photos, clear line of delineation, if I said that correctly. You can see that the roadway obviously separates it. It is well landscaped and fencing as well. So I think the concerns from the residents at Bramwell Close, I think, have been dealt with anyway. But this seems to be a vast improvement to the area. So I'm happy to support it.
I just want to ask the committee, are we saying that we want to add a condition on the barrier before going to this proposal?
Specifically, Councillor Jordan.
Councillor Jordan.
Yes, I think that would be a good thing to put on there, so that I think it will reassure the parish council and residents in the area as well.
Okay, are there any other points for discussion? In that case, I will take Councillor Jordan's proposal and Councillor Mockball's seconding. Please can you indicate whether you are in with agreement with this proposal to accept?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's unanimously approved, Chair.
And that is approved.
Do you want to wait for W to come back?
We will just have a small comfort break and then we will move on. It has been accepted and approved.
Yes.
Can we gather back round, ready to continue? Thank you. And we will continue. We will move on to item 3C, which is a proposed day room in Yelling. And I will ask Officer Kevin Simpson if he could do a presentation for us on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item C, which is pages 49 to 72 of the reports pack. And this application is presented to Development Management Committee as the Officer recommendation of approval differs from that of the Parish Council. The application is for a proposed day room for users of an equestrian site on a section of land between Yelling and Toseland. The site is not within a conservation area. There are no listed buildings or protected trees within the site, and it is within Flood Zone 1. Approval was granted under a 2019 application for a private equestrian use of the site, and some works have begun, meaning that this consent is now considered to be extant, which means it can be completed at any time in the future. I should just point out there is a late representation with regards to this application in that section 6.3, paragraph 6.3 of the Officer report refers to the use class as F2C, as assembly and leisure. It transpires that the use class would be considered as a sui generis use, which means it's in a class of its own. However, that does not have any bearing on the recommendation of approval, and it doesn't have any changes to the use of the site. No changes of use of the site are proposed under this application. We're solely considering the use of the site for the day room. Okay, the following slides show the site as a whole in between Yelling and Toseland, and the following slide there shows an aerial view of the site, which is where the 2019 application was already approved. The next slide shows the location of the site, and this is interesting. The image that you see on your right shows the proposed building scale with the dark grey roof that you can see there in relation to the other buildings on the site that have already been approved. So you can note that the menage is to the left-hand side. There's a parking area. There's a hay barn approved to the front of the site, a store to the right of the building, the proposed building, and then on the far right are the approved stables. So those are all buildings which can be provided under the 2019 permission. The next slide shows the scale of the building that is proposed. So you can see we've got a footprint of 9 metres in width and 3.8 metres in depth. And the following slide, and I should say 4.2 metres in height. And the following slides show the previously approved buildings on there under the 2019 application. And you note the scale of those at 4.2 metres. They're varied in terms of their footprint, but overall the building height will be to match the others on the site. Next slide, please. So this shows the hay barn, which would be to the front, looking out onto the Toseland Road. Again, not being considered as part of this application, already approved, it's just to put it in context. And the following slide shows the stables, which were to the right of the plan that you saw previously, and their dimensions. Next slide, please. So that's the storeroom, which was to the right-hand side of the proposed building, again with its scale of 4.2 metres, and you can see the overall footprint of that. This shows a view into the site from Toseland Road. You can see that some development approved under 2019 has already commenced. Next slide, please. And there's a further wider view showing some more of the commenced development there. And the next slide, again, just another view into the site from the direction of Toseland Road and the location of the menage and the parking area and the hay barn. And the next slide just shows a view standing with my back to the access, looking out onto Toseland Road. Earlier applications for a similar scheme have been refused or withdrawn under officer advice. The proposal you see before you is a much reduced scale in terms of its footprint. The elevations shown here reflect the scale of the building. It's light in line with the other buildings approved on the site, as can be seen on the slides that you've just witnessed. As detailed in paragraph 5.1 of the officer report, Yelling Parish Council maintain an objection following a review of the revised plans that you've just seen. These are addressed in the report, but broadly relate to the use of the building appearing domestic, its excessiveness and inconsistency with the number of horses which could potentially be stabled there, not a justified development, adds to congestion of the site and impacts the rural character, impacts on views across the open landscape, and general concerns over the building and why it was not included in the 2019 application. 9 objections have also been received. 4 of these were with regard to the original plans, and a further 5 were received following reconsultation. Of the later 5 objections, 3 of these were from the same properties as the earlier objections. These are detailed in section 6.1 of the officer report and relate to, broadly, concerns that this is a step towards permission for residential accommodation in a caravan park, facilities over and above what is reasonably necessary, early approved developments have not been fully completed and therefore not in use, highway safety concerns there is attempt to reclassify the use of the site to benefit from increased permitted development rights, that the development would be incongruous to its surroundings and its scale inappropriate, and the design of the building appears to be an enhanced specification as to what would be required for a building of this use. Potential for precedent to be set in the area for future similar development. Concerns regarding provisions internally in the building. The alteration of the character to a domestic nature. A query as to why the application has only recently been submitted and not considered under the earlier approval. General concerns regarding the details submitted and the scale of the development undertaken at the site. Concern that the development would not accord with the local plan or national planning policy framework in relation to development in the countryside, and potential for space in the existing approved buildings for the purposes proposed as part of this day room. It should be noted that the proposal does not intend to change the use of the site. The use class, as I established, was as a sui generis use, and this is simply to establish the proposal of using a day room on the site. Any approval under this application will solely relate to the provision of a day room, and suitable conditions can be added to secure it as ancillary to the use of the site as it stands. As each application is considered on its own merits, it's not considered that this would set a precedent for future applications to be approved. The matters raised regarding the earlier development not being fully implemented are noted, yet it should be regarded that as an applicant has 3 years to commence development, not to complete it, in this case the works described in the objections are likely to be considered a commencement of the approval under the 2019 application. However, it should be noted that the approval wasn't actually granted until the 12th of November 2020, so it does not expire even if it wasn't commenced, as you've seen it has, until November 2023. The matters regarding why this site was not presented as part of the original application and the use of the other buildings of the site are not considered relevant to this decision because it is accepted that requirements can change over time, and as stated above, each application is considered on its own merits and we can only consider an application as presented. The detail regarding the works that have commenced and their scale are noted. It's not clear if there has been any breach, merely the suggestion of this. If any breach has occurred or does occur in the future, then this could be raised accordingly through the relevant channels with the planning enforcement team. The principle of development in this location is addressed from paragraph 7.6 of the officer report, but broadly, given the earlier approval, the principle of the use of the site for private equestrian and leisure use has been established. This modest addition is not considered to conflict with any local or national planning policies in this regard, particularly when considered against policies LP10 and LP23 of the local plan. As can be seen from the submitted plans and is addressed from paragraph 7.12 onwards, the design of the building, given its scale and proposed material finish, which should be secured by condition, will blend in well with the rural surroundings and will not conflict with the character or appearance of the area, nor will it be detrimental to the countryside or the surrounding views. And as I said before, the building shall be secured as ancillary to the use of the site, non-residential, and shall not be permitted for any overnight stays. In terms of parking and highway safety, no new access is proposed onto Toseland Road as part of this proposal. The access remains as was approved under the 2019 application. The siting of the building does not result in any loss of parking, nor, given its scale and proposed use, would it result in considered increased vehicle movements. Overall, officers consider there will be no harm to the character or appearance of the area as a result of the development, given its location and proposed use, and there are no concerns with regard to residential amenity impacts or highway safety. The officer's recommendation is therefore one of approval, with conditions relating to the approved plans, the materials, ancillary non-residential and no overnight stays, a biodiversity enhancement scheme, along with an implementation programme for the measures, and an external lighting scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a parish councillor, Councillor Tom Race, that would like to come and address the committee.
Good evening, everyone. Just here to highlight a few points. Kevin has done his job very well and listed all the existing planning applications that have been approved and started, etc. But if we looked at some of the photos, we don't need to go back to them. 2019, it was a green field. Yes, planning has been given to make it an equestrian centre for personal use, not commercial use. And we feel like it's just planning application after planning application after planning application to jump through hoops to make this what it will potentially in long term potentially be. The original application of the store was very oversized. He has reduced it, fair enough, but to give you a perspective, 9 metres is roughly from that board to about this wall for a day room, for essentially one person to come and get out of the wet weather, make a cup of tea. On a previous planning thing that you've looked at tonight, 2 side-by-side dwellings were going to exist in that same 9 metre space. The other thing to bear in mind, at the other end of our village, we do have an equestrian centre already, acting as a commercial equestrian centre, employing 5+ staff, and their day room is a garage, a double garage, nothing else. And there's 5 staff in that. So we're potentially talking about one person having nearly a building, or for the width of 2 domestic dwellings. Seems a bit overkill. Regarding to the plans, or the way it's planned out to be, and the current buildings that are being built, well, the approved store, if you want to go back to your photos, the approved store was 1 door into a completely brick-built building. He actually built that. He changed the plans so the doorway's in the middle and put 2 windows in it. So it sort of says that he might not stick to what he does or wants to potentially get planning for. And also the approved hay barn, which is just inside, and as you saw the photos from Kevin's visit earlier, that's built in such a way, it's a cavity building, and it's built in such a way that it would potentially be used as something else, with ducts coming in for electric, water, sewage, and for a hay barn, it's not required. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification for this particular speaker? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. You mentioned a concern you have that you're seeing successive planning applications that might lead to something else. What is the something else that you see on the horizon that you are concerned of?
Just basically changing from a green field in 2019 to some form of domestic dwelling down the years. And I appreciate there is a clause on this that it won't be a domestic dwelling, but we've gone from a field to having buildings on it to potentially in 5 years, once this gets approved and the next step, it doesn't take a scientist to work out what's going to be achieved in the long term. And I just feel as though from a countryside point of view, it's opening doors.
Councillor McAdam.
You say it's just for the use of one person. How do you know that?
Okay, maybe, yeah, we don't know it's one person, but this is for personal use. So,
The thing is, there's going to be a number of stables there. The implication is there's going to be a number of people coming to ride those horses. I'm actually an ex-equestrian myself, and having a day room for people, when they've been riding or whatever, is actually quite a normal thing. So if I was joining a riding club, I would expect something
Councillor
like
McAdam,
isn't-
Thank you.
do you have a question?
that.
for
Okay,
our-
that's my question is, therefore, do you appreciate what I've just said?
I more than appreciate that. But this isn't for a riding club. This development, as previously approved in 2019, was for personal use of an area to ride a horse in menage and store food and some horses. So it's not a club for other people to come and join and to ride their horses and stable their horses. It's for personal use.
Okay, what is your objection, therefore, to people using it for personal
Councillor
use?
McAdam.
Sorry, just through you, Chair. I think, Councillor, if you can stick to asking questions rather than answering one-on-one. Sorry, I said if you could limit it just to questions at this stage. You can't have a one-on-one conversation between you and an objector. So any sort of concerns you might have, address those to the case officer and colleagues rather than a sort of debate in the open meeting.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification to this particular speaker? Councillor Niche? Is that no? Okay. There are no questions. So thank you very much for coming to speak to us. We have a report which our planning officer is going to read on behalf of the agent.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the applicant was unable to attend, so they've asked me to read this statement out for them. So the application site was granted planning permission for use as a private menage with stables and outbuildings in November 2020. Subsequently, it was realised that a day room was required as part of the day-to-day use of the site. The day room would simply provide a safe and dry place to shelter from poor weather, a clean and warm space for refreshments, basic toilet and washing facilities, an area for drying and washing wet and dirty equipment, and a secure area for storage. Together with day-to-day use of the site, the day room will provide a safe, dry and warm space for visitors, including vets attending to the welfare of the horses and drivers delivering essential supplies. Additionally, during the foaling season and when the horses require further care, the day room will provide an area of rest for longer periods for the care of the foals. A planning application for a 12 by 6 metre wood-clad day room was refused in March 2022 on the grounds that the proposals were too residential in character, with the unsupported assumption that the day room was to be used for living accommodation, which is not the case, and that the addition of a day room would change the entire character of the site to one of domesticity and add clutter to it. A further application was made in April, responding to the reasons for refusal. The following amendments were made: the removal of all doors and windows to the front elevation facing the road. Small windows and an access door were repositioned to the rear elevation out of view from the street, and so projecting a character in keeping with the approved buildings. The external materials were also altered to further match those of the approved buildings on the site. Following communications with the case officer, Kevin Simpson, it became apparent that the planners now deemed the size of the day room too large. A more suitable size was given by the case officer, and so the application was withdrawn with a view to resubmit to the recommended dimensions. A third application was submitted in July, and following a further reduction in size, a final day room application was submitted measuring 9 metres by 3.8 metres. The case officer notified us that he was happy to recommend the application for approval and that he had agreed this with the senior planner. In conclusion, the refusal of this application would deny users of the site basic facilities required for the day-to-day use of the site as a menage, including basic toilet and washing facilities, a warm and dry place to shelter during poor weather, and a clean space for taking refreshments. Additionally, the scale, form and appearance of the proposals are completely in keeping with the character of the site, and the use of the day room is an essential part of the approved menage. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to questions of clarifications for the officer. Does anyone have any questions for the officer? Councillor Corney.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Might a little bit be too early to ask this actually, but obviously one of the concerns that have come up is permitted development. I'm sure in the past, that's been a condition we've removed permitted development. Yeah, is that a possibility on this? Just if it helps, sort of, yeah. Yep.
Sorry, I was just seeking clarification. So yes, as it's a sui generis use, there are actually no permitted development rights associated with it. So there wouldn't be anything under the current regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you. You're suggesting a recommendation of approval, but with a condition on ancillary use. Can you tell us more about what the text of that condition would be?
So generally, it's something along the lines of, we would say the approved building is to be used for ancillary purposes related to the use of the site. So it's linking it to what that site is given its existing use for. So to put it into context, say if somebody was looking to place an annex in the garden of their residential dwelling, we would condition that as ancillary use to the residential dwelling, and we would state that it could not be used for purposes like a separate unit of accommodation. It could be not sold as a separate unit, used for business development or anything along those lines. So in this case, that's what we would do, and we would also condition there would be no overnight stays relating to it as well.
Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. You've answered most of those, because what I wrote down here is conditions need to be really tight on this one. I think there are a lot of alarm bells ringing from my perspective, not from a planning perspective, but that's one. I think that's what we need to make sure, and I think you've highlighted there, is that the condition we put on are really tight, so that therefore action could be taken, because I do myself, before we had the debate, I do have alarm bells ringing on this one. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our planning officer? In that case, we will move on to the debate. We just have a point.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And members, just as you go into the debate, just a reminder that you're here to consider the application in front of you tonight. I appreciate you may have some other thoughts based on what you've heard tonight. The substantive use of that as a private or as an equestrian area for private personal use has already been determined under a previous application. So it is just a gentle reminder that tonight we're considering the day room only. Thank you.
Okay, so we will move on to the debate. Is there anybody that would like to start? Thank you, Councillor Corney.
Yeah, I think based on what we've got in front of us, I don't think it's unreasonable to go for expect a day room in this facility. I think what could be should be, and everything else is for another day. So I think purely on what's in front of us, I see I can't find anything that can go against it. So I'm happy to go with the officer. So if the time is right, I'm happy to propose.
Thank you, Councillor Niche.
Yes, I just concur with that one, actually, without having to be reminded that we are actually looking at just this one aspect. When you look at it in isolation, it's actually fairly straightforward. I can't see any reasons why we wouldn't approve it. I do understand where the parish are coming from with their concerns, but that's not, if some of those concerns be alleviated by putting the right conditions on, which we've heard, that's not an issue. Other areas are not planning matters, I think we just have to be mindful that there are concerns with this, but I'm quite happy to propose that we accept this with the tight conditions we've talked about, which include the additional ones which you just mentioned there, about ensuring that it can't be used for other purposes and it's linked to the ancillary. So
And
it's-
overnight.
Oh, yes, just to clarify, yeah, no overnight stays as well. So it would be ancillary, no overnight stays as well. So
Thank you. Yeah, definitely no overnight stay, but I suppose it's difficult to know what's overnight, but I think that you can word it correctly as the way that it actually isn't a sleeping accommodation for that type of purpose. Thank you.
Are there any other councillors that wish to speak? Councillor Gorson.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's all been said. Again, it's a matter of dealing with what is in front of us, not what we think may happen. And on this one, I, like Councillor Nish and Councillor Corney, believe it is a day room. The applicant has explained it as such, and it isn't just for one person, it is for multiple people delivering as stables, etc., to the stables. So I'm happy to, if you've not already accepted, happy to either second or otherwise so.
Councillor Butler.
Well, it's more or less all been said, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. We will go with the proposal from Councillor Corney, and is it all right to have you as seconder, Councillor Nish? All those who are for approval, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Again, that's unanimous, Chair.
And that has been approved. We now move on to item 3D on our agenda, which is a widening access on Buckton. And again, I'll invite Planning Officer Kevin Simpson to present to us. Thank you.
thank you, Chair. So this is item D, which is pages 73 to 92 of the reports pack. And this application is presented to Development Management Committee as the officer recommendation of approval differs from that of the Parish Council. So Pasture Lands is a site on Taylor's Lane, Buckton, which is west of the A1. And this proposal is for the widening of the existing access to an agricultural site with other confirmed uses taking place within the site. The maximum increase at the entrance from Taylor's Lane is approximately 3.1 metres, and at present the width is approximately 12.5 metres. The site is not within a conservation area. There are no listed buildings or protected trees in the vicinity, and it is also in flood zone 1, which means that it has a low risk of flooding. So the slides show the location of the proposal within the entrance to Pasture Lands off Taylor's Lane. Next slide, please. And that's an aerial view of the site showing the section required to be widened, edged in yellow. Next slide, please. And that shows an overall plan of the site with the land owned by the applicant in blue and the section required for the development that's being considered here tonight edged in red. And this plan shows the current arrangement of the site as it stands at present and the access and where it goes across out onto Taylor's Lane. And the following slide shows the proposed section of widening. So you've got a section of widening taking place within the site itself and across the grass verge area, and the eventual widening by 3.1 metres at the access with Taylor's Lane. Next slide, please. So this is a general overall view of the access to the site as it stands at present and the section that's proposed to be widened as part of this development. The next slide just shows a wider view showing the access as it stands at present and the buildings relating to the site in the background. And a further view shows the tree that is referenced in the supporting statement where it was suggested that overhanging branches were causing vehicles to cut over the verge to avoid that. That's just to put the site in context. Buckton Parish Council recommends refusal, and their comments have been detailed under paragraph 5.1 of the officer report, but broadly relate to the following matters. Concerns regarding cumulative impacts of development within the site and requirement to view the application submitted as a whole. Query regarding the widening of the roadway within the site itself and general concerns regarding the quality of submitted details. highway safety and parking concerns, concerns that the development applied for, some of the developments applied for may already be in use, details provided with regards to trees, flood risk concerns, biodiversity concerns. There have also been 3 neighbour objections as detailed under paragraph 6.1, and these relate to the following concerns: that the application should be read in conjunction with other recent applications for the site. Damage is being caused to Taylor's Lane by heavy goods vehicles, and this is the reason for the application. Facilitation of existing suggested unlawful commercial businesses operating within the site. Highway safety concerns, volume and scale of vehicles accessing the site. Application seeks to allow larger vehicles to obtain access to the land for unlawful non-agricultural uses, not consistent with local policies, and residential amenity concerns arising from noise and odour. These matters are addressed in the relevant section of the report, but officers considered that there will not be any detrimental impacts under material considerations as a result of the proposals. Residential amenity in terms of noise and odour is addressed under paragraph 7.10. However, officers understand that larger vehicles are already accessing the site, and so the widening of the access is not considered to give rise to intensification on this basis or result in increased noise or odour. A matter that was raised by both neighbours and the parish council were the cumulative impacts and links with other activities taking place within the site, either approved or otherwise. It is noted that a recent application for a lawful development certificate has been issued, indicating that the site is not wholly agricultural. However, officers understand that larger vehicles are already accessing the site and cutting over the verge. So what I would say is being considered here is purely the application to widen the access. It could be considered that regardless of the use, as an agricultural use or otherwise, there would be no reason that larger vehicles wouldn't be accessing the site and having the same issues regardless of the uses which are going on in there. Therefore, it's considered that the widening of the access will not give rise to larger vehicles, and each application must be determined upon its own merits. And so whilst it's accepted there are different applications for the site at present, it is only the works within the description which are being considered as part of this proposal. There is also a mechanism for members of the public to report any works to the local planning authority which is considered to be a breach of planning control. In terms of concerns regarding highway safety, as per paragraph 7.12 and 7.13 of the officer report, both Cambridgeshire County Council Highways and Highways England, given the proximity in relation to the A1, have been consulted and have no concerns regarding the development, stating that it will allow vehicles to access the site without cutting over the verge, and that as the development is on a local road and not directly on the strategic road network, they raise no objections. Flooding is addressed under paragraph 7.15 onwards in the officer report. The site is in flood zone 1, meaning that it has a low risk of flooding. The proposal does not introduce a use which would be classed as more vulnerable as per the National Planning Policy Framework. The plans also detail that water shall be drained away from the highway. The lead local flood authority and Cambridgeshire County Council Highways in their consultee response raised no objection. Further advice will need to be sought from the lead local flood authority as detailed in their consultee comments due to the works crossing a culvert, but that's a matter that would be addressed outside of the planning application. In terms of biodiversity, policy LP30 of the local plan states that development should not result in a net loss and achieve a net gain where possible. In this case, as detailed, given the location of the site, the activities within it and the nature of the development, it is not considered that there will be any overall net loss in biodiversity, and achieving a net gain would be challenging. Overall, officers consider that this relatively minor development would not have a wider impact on the character or appearance of the area, the amenity of neighbours, present an increased risk of flooding, or have a detrimental impact in terms of biodiversity. It is therefore recommended for approval with conditions relating to the time limit for implementation as per the approved plans and the materials as per the application form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers for this particular application, so we can go straight to questions of clarification for our planning officer. Are there any questions for our planning officer? Councillor Tevlin.
You mentioned about the tree and the widening access. Will anything happen to the tree under this proposal?
As I understand it, there are no proposals to do any works to the tree, but because it's not in a conservation area and it's not subject to a tree preservation order, it's not afforded formal protection. So they've not indicated that they will be doing any works to the trees. However, it's not a matter that would be considered by the local planning authority. Ultimately, works could take place to that without any engagement with us.
Thank you. Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Chairman. There's a pole, telegraph pole, very close. Is that in the way, or will that be repositioned?
Okay, yeah, and I noticed that on the photographs I took of the site. So it's not detailed in any of the proposals they've put forward. But again, that would be a matter that they would need to address outside of the planning application in terms of contacting the relevant authorities to make arrangements to move that if they needed to.
Are there any other questions? We will move on to the debate. Is there anyone that is willing to start off the debate? Councillor Niche.
Thank you, Chair. Really disappointing that we've had to bring this to here and the parish council didn't bother to attend. I can see no reason why we should refuse this and go along with the recommendation of officer to approve.
Councillor Corney.
I agree, and I'm happy to second.
I was going to second, but Councillor Corney beat me to it.
Okay. So I would take that proposal and from Councillor Niche and second from Councillor Corney. All those who agree with approval.
That's unanimous, Chairman. That's approved.
That is approved. Now we will move on to item 4 on our agenda, and we will be looking at a deferred item. We will deal with this slightly differently. We will first of all go to our planning officer, who will do an overview for the 14 applications that we have in front of us under item 14. Then we will have our speakers who are speaking about the whole 14, and then we will go to each individual site which we can discuss, and then we would look at a decision after each of those. We have 3 people that are coming to ask that would like to speak on individuals. Who's that? Derek Davis. Is Derek Davis here?
I think he's on Zoom.
Fantastic. And
The question is, does he want to speak on just that one item?
would you like to speak on just that one item? On all items. Okay.
James Smith.
And James Smith. And do you want to just speak on one item or one item?
So that is 4H.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, 4H.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Jo Drendon. And okay, thank you very much. So I will move on to our officer's presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This is from page 93 onwards of the reports back you have before you. This application is brought back to Development Management Committee, having been deferred from committee in February with a request for further details relating to parking issues and consultations with the relevant emergency services and HDC's operations team. Since the reports packs were published, there have been some late representations, which I believe were provided in the late representations packs you got. That was an objection from Councillor Laycock, an objection from Councillor Goodman, The description for item F was incorrect. It should read demolition of 10 garages and construction of 1 dwelling and associated works. And the description for item L should read demolition of 7 garages and remodelling of existing parking area. So no dwelling is proposed. Notably, these are both correct in the descriptions of the applications. It was only the reports pack that was incorrect. Next slide, please. Okay, so these 14 applications all relate to the demolition and redevelopment of the garage sites in the Duck Lane, Mallard Lane, Henbrook area of St Neots, as can be seen on the master location plan above. So you can see they're all in quite close proximity to one another. I draw your attention to site number 10, which is at the centre of the plan that you see before you, which is located pretty centrally within the development site. And that is the site that I just referred to where no dwelling is proposed, but the parking area will be remodelled, as will be detailed in the later sections of the report. So the application has been brought back to Development Management Committee following deferral in February 2022. As I said, members requested further details on parking displacement, consultations with Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue, Cambridgeshire Police, the East of England Ambulance Services and HTC Operations Waste and Recycling Team. The applications were also called into committee and the officer recommendation of approval remains contrary to that of the Town Council on 13 of the 14 sites. The site where our opinion is in alignment is site number 10, where additional parking is being proposed. But as the application was called into committee, this is why it's presented here. Since February DMC, the lead local flood authority has also removed its objections subject to conditions. The garages and associated parking courts are owned by Places for People, a social housing provider. In total, as part of this development, 174 garages will be demolished. Out of these 174, only 65 are occupied and only 45 are tenanted by residents of the area, as is detailed on the submitted master plan. Next slide, please. Which is shown before you there. Under the proposals, 13 of the 14 sites shall be developed with a total of 29 affordable dwellings provided. The remaining site will be developed to provide additional visitor and allocated parking. Each dwelling, with the exception of the bungalow on site 8, shall be provided with 2 spaces. The bungalow will have a larger disabled access space associated with it and is a 1-bedroom property. 48 allocated spaces will be provided for those local residents who will no longer have a garage, as well as 38 visitor spaces. In total, 83 allocated or visitor spaces will be provided, added to the 57 provided to the new dwellings, resulting in a total reprovision of 140 spaces. There have been a number of objections ranging from 40 to 51 across each site. These have been published and addressed in the relevant section of the reports pack. They relate to various issues but include loss of privacy, loss of light, overdevelopment of the area, increased noise, impact on visual amenity, parking displacement, emergency vehicle access, and intensification of parking issues in the area. If we could just go through the following slides, please. So this is a general overview of each individual site. There are some additional photographs as we proceed into the report. So it's just to give you a general overview of the appearance so you can see what the character and layout of the area is, the variance in the style and design of properties, the flat blocks that are in the vicinity and the existing condition and layout of the garages. Thank you. St Neots Town Council maintain their objection to 13 of the sites. They support site 10, which is item L, which is for the remodelling of the parking area and no dwelling. The reasons for the Town Council objections are detailed and addressed in the reports, but in summary include concerns regarding overdevelopment of the area, reduction of existing parking provision and impact on the surrounding streets, loss of privacy, overlooking, highway safety, emergency vehicle access, disabled persons access, and that the development is contrary to local and national planning policy and amenity concerns. Following the deferral in February, revised parking detail has been provided and further consultations have been carried out as necessary. No objections have been received from Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue or Cambridgeshire Police, who have no issues stating that this is providing that vehicles are responsibly and legally parked. The East of England Ambulance Service state that as the fire service consider that they can access, the same would apply to them in the use of an ambulance, and HDC Operations and Waste Team also advise they have no concerns. The response from Fire and Rescue and Cambridgeshire Police regarding legally parking could obviously be a matter for consideration at any area in the district, so it's not necessarily a consideration to put forward in this. We're looking at the loss of the parking provision and onto the surrounding streets, but we can't control, as the local planning authority, naturally people parking legally. At a worst case scenario, the surveys which were completed at 5 a.m. and midday on a weekday in March, 5 a.m. and midday on a Saturday in April, and 5 a.m. and midday on a Thursday in June reference that as a worst case scenario, approximately 107 vehicles would be displaced from the parking areas, which are under the ownership of the applicants. Cambridgeshire County Council Highways team have also been consulted and referred back to their original comments that they have no safety concerns, but the local planning authority should consider the amenity impacts of the development. The transport assessment team have also been consulted and advised that they would not comment on a development of 29 dwellings, as it is below the threshold for when a transport assessment would be required. They use a light touch assessment for 50 dwellings plus and a full capacity assessment for 80 dwellings plus, and they conclude that 29 dwellings would not have a severe impact on highway safety or the capacity of the area. Officers continue to recommend approval of these applications, particularly given the additional weight of the consultee comments. The concerns of the residents are noted, and officers sympathise with these and recognise that despite the unoccupied garages, the parking courts are being used unofficially for parking. However, the applicants have advised that this is private land owned by them and that they could cease this use at any time they choose to, which would result in a similar displacement of the vehicles using the parking courts unofficially into the surrounding streets. It is considered that the provision of affordable housing and the associated parking for both the proposed dwellings and the allocated visitors parking would outweigh the harm caused by the loss of parking under these schemes. Therefore, the officer recommendation remains as one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have several speakers for this particular item. Our first speaker is Councillor Daniel Laycock from the Town Council. And you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone, again. St Neots Town Council objects to these 13 applications. In December of last year, the Planning Committee discussed these proposals by Chorus Homes and rejected them on the following reasons. Overlooking loss of privacy, adequacy of parking, loading, turning, highway safety, traffic congestion, layout and density of building, road access, local, strategic, regional and national planning policies, proposals in the development plan, previous planning decisions including appeal decisions, demonstrable harm to the immunity of the residents, loss of important open spaces and physical features. As cited by the planning officer, the applications had been deferred to the Planning and Management Committee until more information had been provided, and the Town Council had deep disappointment that Chorus Homes had not carried out any consultation with residents from the estate. On the 28th of June, these applications have been brought to Town Council again. The members of the public spoke to the related planning applications and spoke in objection to the applications and parking surveys provided, with concerns raised by residents including, number one, the applications would result in compounding existing parking issues in the area by placing more pressure on street parking and increasing the safety risk that would arise from this, failure by the applicant to engage with the Town Council and residents around the area of the application, inaccuracies of the parking survey which did not correctly represent parking and traffic concerns, failure of the applicant to consider future transport technology and the need for EV charging points and hubs as set out in the MPPF Section 2, Paragraph 7 and Paragraph 104, but also failure to take into account strategic policies from the local planning authorities on the neighbourhood plan. The committee once again rejected these applications, citing the reasons below. The council's two overriding concerns are overdevelopment and reduction on existing parking provisions, with other concerns resulting from these issues. This development is on land that is used by local residents for parking. This includes not just the garages that are earmarked for demolition, but also the hard standing that has become the de facto parking provision, as garages have become too small and or too expensive for residents to use for parking. This will result in a significant loss of parking, pushing traffic into the street. The resulting congestion will cause significant problems for local residents, including road safety and emergency vehicle access. A standard was required when the estate was first constructed, and car ownership has increased since that time. Removal of existing parking spaces is counterproductive and will negatively impact on the housing area as a whole. The council's projections were summarised as previous, as above, and adding reasons. Inability for emergency vehicles to manoeuvre through the estate, allows for insufficient spaces for future on-street EV charge points, which will inevitably be required as the government pushes for greater EV ownership. The council's objections are in line with the MPPF. The proposals conflict with Section 2, Paragraph 7 on the MPPF, which states the objective of sustainable development can be summarised as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The proposed developments will leave no space for future EV charge hubs or points. And the proposals conflict with Section 2, Paragraph 104 and Paragraph 16 on the MPPF. This is reinforced in the St Neots Neighbourhood Plan. Section 1.4.8 states early discussions should be held with the Town Council to discuss the design issues. Proposals that have evolved with the community will be favourably considered. The Town Council can provide valuable advice to applicants in terms of St Neots' special character and local distinctiveness. However, Chorus Homes have failed to engage with the Town Council or the community on the applications presented. The application has failed to take into account or include strategic policies from the local neighbourhood plan as set out in paragraph 17 on the MPPF. The application has also considered and addressed, considered or addressed policy PT1 of the St Neots Neighbourhood Plan, which states development proposals must demonstrate how opportunities for the use of sustainable modes of transport are maximised. This should be achieved through maximising the potential for cycling and walking throughout the site and through contributions towards the existing linking and or improvement of existing routes throughout St Neots. The proposals also conflict with policy PT2 of the St Neots Neighbourhood Plan, which states all development proposals which include an element of residential development, including change of use to residential, must provide adequate space for vehicle parking to meet the expected needs of residents and visitors. A design-led approach should be taken to ensure parking is properly integrated into the layout of the scheme, minimises adverse impacts on surrounding users, and facilitates traffic flow and accessibility for service and emergency vehicles. The applicant has failed to take into account local priorities as directed by the MPPF. In August, these applications have been brought to Town Council's Planning Committee once again, where a representative of Chorus Homes spoke to the committee. Members raised questions particularly around the number of parking spaces, which they felt were not sufficient for the number of new dwellings and existing residents. Members also raised queries over the reasoning behind the lack of use of garages, which was resulting in their demolition. Chorus Homes stated these garages were available for use by residents and that numbers of garages uses had increased. However, this was disputed by residents. Members suggested that demolishing the garages and leaving as hard standing would help address parking concerns. Residents raised concerns that garages are not fully used due to difficulties in getting an agreement for use from the applicant and a rent increase of 107%. The applicant should concentrate on resolving existing issues faced by tenants before providing new housing stock, and garages that are demolished should be turned into hard standing for parking. DMC members should note that this was the first time a representative of Chorus Homes had directly engaged with the Town Council, though an engagement event had previously been held with residents. However, no other engagement from Chorus Homes had taken place with the Town Council since. As noted in the report, these applications have been brought to us multiple times, and each time the committee continues to reject these on the above reasons. We urge you to vote to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I do have a question for you this time, Councillor Laycock. The report in front of us explains a certain number of voids in the garages, but you've expressed some ideas about how those voids might have been created. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So I think because obviously there's an increase in population and it's a very compacted area. So I actually live adjacent to where a lot of the homes will be built, if obviously approved. And there is already a huge amount of traffic that goes through that particular area. There are more cars obviously parking around the area. So obviously families are developing and having children, etc. They're growing up. And so I think the void that's kind of happening now is more cars are now coming onto this, coming around. And obviously if these are obviously then approved and obviously built, then I think there's going to be an increase in more in traffic. There's going to be more parking. That's going to be that will eventually cause more problems as well, as we've already seen in St Neots town itself. The amount of car parking issues that the town already faces already. So I think it's going to be an ongoing problem.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yeah, just one more from me. So you talked about the St Neots neighbourhood plan and the outlines there about how this town council ought to be engaged in these processes, which you felt was minimal. Can you explain what engagement there has been with the town council?
So as I actually already stated, that the only consultation and engagement from Chorus Homes has only been from them attending one meeting. Since December last year, that's all they've attended. There's been no other engagement with the town council or even residents. And so I think that's a grave concern for DMC members to actually consider, that if there's no engagement from Chorus Homes, then obviously I think there's a due for concern moving forward.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, you say you had no consultation from Chorus Homes, but considering the application was deferred at the last DMC in February, did the St Neots Town Council make any application to Chorus Homes for any clarification on their application?
Unfortunately, I was not a member of the town council in February, so I'm unable to comment on that, but I'm sure others around may be able to advise on that. I know that we have tried to obviously contact Chorus Homes from our town clerk for them to attend, but that's obviously there's been a massive gap between February, and I think it was only in, if I remember, October or even September is when Chorus Homes actually came to St Neots Town Council and presented their plans with us.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for speaking with us. We will move on to our ward councillor and invite Councillor Ian Taylor to come and address the committee.
Am I on? Yep. You had before you the proposals for places for people. I urge you to turn these applications down. I hope you've all had time to look at my objections and had time to familiarise yourself with the Lambeth Council parking survey guidance. But first of all, can I ask you all a question? Do you believe that the roads around Springbrook, Duck Lane, Malloy Lane, etc., are all part of a housing estate? I believe it is, and would like you to think about that while I progress. The Development Management Committee are allowed to turn applications down on specific grounds. These are known as material considerations, parking being just one of those. Due to time restraints, I'll focus on that alone, but my objections are posted to HDC. I have outlined several other reasons. As part of the initial planning application, the applicant failed to consult with the fire service on whether they had any objections, but this was later rectified, and the response from the fire service was that they had no objections as long as they are responsibly and legally parked. A parking survey was asked to be completed, which was done, but not once but twice, due to the first one having some technical issues. The applicant has calculated the parking availability using the previously mentioned Lambeth formula, and they issued a map showing the areas and where people can park as an alternative. I believe that's the one there. I have submitted to HDC the same map but with highlighted problems. Rule 243 of the Highway Code states that you must not, that's must not, park on opposite a junction or within 10 metres of a junction. That you must not stop or park on a bend unless forced to do so by stationary traffic. It's not a try not to, it's a must not. So why is the calculations done by the applicant including 17 areas where to park would be against the law? So by allowing the application to progress, it would encourage or even force people to park against the law. I remind you that the fire service states that they would only support this as long as people park sensibly and within the law. Please don't think that people will park sensibly. We know that this will not happen, as this is why we have so many retrospective yellow lines installed. Cambridgeshire County Council's Transport Assessment Team wouldn't comment on the parking situation as it's below their threshold of 50 dwellings. But it shouldn't be for them be about the amount. It should be about where they're built. This is all being built on parking areas. There has been a large increase in disabled parking applications since these applications were submitted. The reason stated? They already find it difficult to find parking spaces. These new spaces already make the parking survey outdated. This brings me back to the Lambeth parking strategy. It's not fit for the purpose of this proposed development. As you will have seen, this is to be read in conjunction with the London transport strategies. The crux of those strategies is to reduce the use and ownership of cars, but London is entirely different to St Neots. They have a very large public transport network. Their local plans are different to ours. St Neots local plan policy PT2 states that any development must ensure parking is properly integrated. We need our cars at the present time. Lambeth is within the congestion charging zone and low emission zone, and so there has been an increase in similar car ownership, as alluded, an increase in smaller car ownership, as alluded to in the final paragraph of the Lambeth Parking Survey guidance. Which brings me on to another point. Hopefully you will agree that the low emission zone has reduced the size of cars in London to comply with the LEZ, but in the Duck Lane area and surrounding areas, there's a high density of white vans. That's because it's a more working class area. The traditional length of these vans is 7.5 metres, which is 2 parking lengths. This mix of these types of vehicles has not been taken into account. The Lambeth methodology also breaks the law in its penultimate paragraph of page 4. For reasons of highway safety, the first 5 metres from a junction should be omitted from the calculation. And yet, the highway code states you must not park within 10 metres of a junction. And my point, to absolutely convince you that Lambeth parking strategy is not fit for use here. At the beginning, I asked you, is this a housing estate? On page 3, paragraph 3, the following area should be excluded from surveys. Number 3 of this list being private roads and housing estate roads. I also note that the gardens in the new houses have significantly smaller gardens than the current houses have, which you objected to earlier in a previous application. And that's all my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There are no questions. So thank you very much, Councillor Taylor.
Fantastic. Oh, just one little point. I should say that from experience, I know that emergency service vehicles do struggle to get down there and have written cars off before.
Thank you. We will move on to Councillor Simone Taylor, who is also a ward councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Is that still on? I would like to make it most abundantly clear that I'm not against the building of affordable homes. However, are these 29 affordable homes without controversy? No, they are not. The existing residents who are going to be affected by the proposed developments and myself as county councillor agree the dwellings should not be built into an already dense, well-established and much of it pedestrianised housing estate, which rely on the existing car park garages to park their vehicles. This has been the case for over 50 years without challenge. 1 year on, since the 14 planning applications were submitted, which went to DMC in February and deferred through the lack of a parking survey consultation with emergency services and flooding authority. Within that year, they have consulted with the community only once, when I contacted them and asked them to engage. It was a very hasty engagement just days before the DMC meeting in February. In the little time we had, it was left to myself and residents via leaflet drops and Facebook to make the residents aware of the consultation. Many could not make it at short notice. This was not a good representation of the residents' views. The only outcome of this consultation was Site 10, as we heard about. And this was the removal of a dwelling and the garages, which were not to be demolished and are demolished if it went ahead. But this was a welcomed revision. However, there's always howevers. This, by Chorus Homes, seemed to mitigate the loss of parking which the 14 developments will cause. Site 10 is up to 500 metres, that's a 6-minute walk away from the furthest application, which are Naseby Gardens, Springbrook, and the other end of Mallard Lane. As you saw, Site 10 is smack bang in the middle, but it's a 6-minute walk. Residents are expected to walk to Site 10 in cold and dark winter nights. Even the Lambeth Parking Survey, which states that it is reasonable for residents that park on the highway to walk 200 metres to their homes. Now, just imagine this scenario. Factor in disability and the elderly. Would you be comfortable knowing a disabled or elderly resident would need to walk 500 metres, that is 6 minutes, to Site 10, even on occasions carry on shopping? But this, of course, is even if there are spaces available on Site 10. Allocated of 22 spaces, it's made up of 16 reallocated to occupiers of garages and only 6 visitor spaces. Please do ask Places for People this evening how they're going to enforce the spaces which are only to be used by ex-garage tenants. What happens when the private homeowners who occupy an allocated space move home? The next paragraph is a narrative from Places for People, which to me suggests they understand there is a demand for parking spaces. Over all the sites, there will be 45 allocated local residents who currently occupy garages, who will rely on parking in the garage court areas. A further 38 spaces to be provided to cater for visitors and wider community parking demand associated with the residential properties. Let me put this to you. There will be around 724 houses competing for 83 replacement parking spaces across the 14 sites and already hard to find highway spaces. However, the 29 new houses, of course, will have no competition with 57 allocated spaces at their doorsteps. Can you see the ratio is not fair and not a fair comparison for the existing community, which has had this parking designed and dedicated for them when the development was built over 50 years ago. With disability in your mind, please be aware that there has been an increase, as you heard Councillor Taylor speak, of applications for highway disabled bays since the 14 applications have been submitted. There has been 5 in total. I brought this to the attention of the officer who deals with the highways disabled bays. Their response was, they are aware of the planning application to demolish the nearby garages, and indeed the applicant of this bay cited that they already have great difficulty finding an on-street parking space nearby their residence and fear that the new proposed developments and demolishment of the garages will add competition for these on-street parking space. There are 2 primary schools within the area of proposal of which I have been involved with to help solving parking issues and road safety. This is still ongoing. Also, one special school with a vehicle access onto Mallard Lane and Duck Lane. Sorry, please, if I can finish, I'll be really grateful. Home to school transport is used with many of the vehicles being minibuses. The school currently has a plan of 102 places for children with special educational needs and disabilities. This will increase to 165 as a proposed development of expansion for the school is in the pipeline. As with many schools within Cambridgeshire, parking at peak periods is a safety issue for children and an inconvenience for residents who must negotiate the traffic. I am, as a county councillor, very aware of safety concerns of illegal and inconsiderate parking, and the proposed planning applications to demolish 179 garages and build on car parks which have been used 50 years plus by residents will heighten the issue of road safety for the children. I want to quickly touch on Springbrook.
Can I stop you there because you've had extra time already?
Can I just sum up then?
No, we'll need to stop there, I'm afraid. But thank you for coming to
Thank
speak to us. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? There's a question from Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you. In your experience as the county councillor for this region, are there issues related to Springbrook as well?
Thank you. Springbrook site 13 and 14 is going to be a nightmare. There have been ongoing concerns around parking in the area. I have worked with Elysium Hospital on Howards Lane regarding the parking created by the employees, which overflow onto Laurel's Close, Howards, and onto Springbrook. I have already had double lines put into Howards Lane to create safe parking spaces. If the development proposals were to go ahead on Springbrook, then I envisage a displacement of vehicles which will lead to a road not being coped.
Excuse me, Councillor, are you answering the question
Yes.
or carrying on?
It's about Springbrook, which was what I was going to talk about. So basically,
But
residents...
sorry, but you're reading from a script.
Which is in my head. I can do it in my head. So I was asked about Springbrook. I am telling you about Springbrook. I have already been told by residents that the fire engines mount the area around Springbrook, and this is going to be exactly, because they can't get past the corner, and this will be exactly where the houses are proposed to be built.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular? Councillor Gorson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. You mentioned about blue badge holders. Do you have a number of how many blue badge holders are in the area that would be affected, please?
Currently, we've just had, as you heard in my speech, there's 5 already been applied for since the applications went in. I don't know how many there are altogether, but it is a very well-known area for disabled bays.
No, it's the number I needed, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dew has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just clarify something that you said? We were talking of 743 properties competing for 174 spaces. How many are they competing for at the moment? Because I think the number's quite low already.
Within the actual area, the parking bays, I haven't actually worked out how many are in the parking bays, but this is what's going to be provided.
No, that's not the question I asked you. I just asked you how many were there at the moment. I know how many are being provided. I'm trying to get in my head from what you said how many there are to compare it. Because if we add them all up and then come out to 165, just be slightly silly there, there's not a lot of difference. If we add them all up and we come out with with 255, there's a lot of difference. If you don't know, just say.
No, I don't know, but when I was talking about it, I was talking about how many houses were competing for what.
That's the question I've asked you. Yeah, that's fine. Leave it there.
It was the amount of houses that will be competing for what's left.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Jordan.
Got it there.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
My question is over the Samuel Pepys School, the special school that's there. I thought that they had a one-way access, a bit like in America. So you came in from one end and each bus goes along and drops off and then goes out through the
Correct.
mallards. I just
Correct.
wanted clarification for that.
Correct.
So it's almost like a one-way
Yeah.
system. You haven't got entrances from both ends coming in at the
No,
same
correct.
time.
You are
It is-
correct.
It is a one-way system.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
They go in at Cromwell Road.
That's it.
And then they come out at Mallard and onto Duck Lane. And if you can imagine, with extra cars on there.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. We now have Miss Catherine Goodman that's going to come and address the committee. And she's on Zoom. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for speaking with us, Ms Goodman. Are there any questions? Councillor Corney.
It's not a question, but I just had a message that somebody's watching the live stream and they can't hear the speakers attending on Zoom on the live stream. I've just had a message from somebody that's watching the live stream and they can't hear the speakers that are attending on Teams.
Are there any questions? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, thank you. I understand you're a town councillor, but you're also a resident of this neighbourhood. In the reports before us, several of them mention a conclusion by the officer that there's no significant loss of green space. But as a resident of the area, if you take the applications together, would you agree with that statement, or how would you feel about the loss of green space?
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? There are no other questions, so thank you very much. Thank you. We now have Mr. Derek Davies that is going to speak to us. And he too is on Zoom. Yes, we can.
Alleyways and blind corners, and it'll no doubt cause the increase in local crime, causing unsafe areas, especially after dark. The allocated parking cannot be enforced as it's not on the highway. There is no way that you can say that's your space and stop anyone else parking. There is no provision for electric vehicle charging. Refuse collection. At the moment, the refuse men tend to go up the alleyways, pull the bins to the parking areas, the forecourt areas, empty them and leave the bins in the forecourt areas. That's usually around a dozen bins being left in a forecourt area. If you're going to put houses in there as well, they're just going to block up all the parking areas. Chorus are clearly trying to get rid of all garages in this area. Their website says none are available, which is completely untrue, as I've recently vacated one, so I know it's standing there empty. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions of clarification for this particular speaker? There are no questions, so we will move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Simon Hodgkins, who is the agent. Sorry. No, she needs to speak on an individual. we do have several people that are just speaking on individual items. So we are just waiting for the
Yes, we're just waiting for
agent.
the solicitor.
Yeah.
We've got two others on individual applications.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. On behalf of the applicant, Chorus Homes, I would like to set out the case in support of the proposed development of 29 much-needed affordable homes set across 14 sustainably located brownfield sites in St Neots. We intend to deliver this speech once on the first application, but the points made are relevant to all 14 applications. We are happy to answer questions for each application as they are heard, and I have representatives from the applicant with me as well. St Neots is at the top of the settlement hierarchy within the adopted local plan, and policy LP7 supports the development of unallocated windfall sites for residential purposes within the built-up area of the town. The proposed development is therefore acceptable in principle. The officer report for each application demonstrates that the proposed developments are acceptable in all regards, and there are no objections from technical consultees. Officers are content, there are no significant adverse impacts upon privacy or neighbouring amenity, and the design approach is considered appropriate. Following submission of an updated flood risk assessment, the lead local flood authority has confirmed the proposals are considered acceptable with regard to flood risk with no outstanding objections. The single main issue which had been raised when the applications originally went to committee in February was the cumulative impact of vehicle parking. The applicant has since commissioned 3 comprehensive parking surveys undertaken at different times of the day and days of the week to understand the current parking situation. These covered the garages, the garage forecourt areas where there are no rights to park, and the local streets within the estate. The key findings of the surveys are, of the occupied garages, only 45 are used by residents in the local area. The proposed new homes would be allocated 57 spaces in total, plus 38 visitor spaces would be provided, and 45 allocated to local residents who occupy garages. This means the direct parking requirements for the proposed developments and replacement parking for those garages are provided within the application sites. Regarding the unofficial use of the garage forecourts, the parking surveys demonstrate that in the worst case scenario, a total of 107 vehicles were parking within these areas at any given time. Yet there is available parking capacity on the local streets for between 130 to 193 additional vehicles, which would therefore accommodate the displaced parking and with surplus capacity remaining. The on-street parking capacity has been calculated in line with established methodology and counts only legal locations where vehicles can park, away from junctions and allowing for safe, two-directional flow of traffic, including emergency vehicles. The Highway Development Management and Transport Assessment teams have reviewed the proposals and continue to raise no objections. Following the submission of supplementary data earlier this month, they are satisfied that the evidence is robust, having followed the established Lambeth methodology and with multiple surveys to improve reliability. The emergency services and waste teams have also been asked to review the proposals and have confirmed they have no concerns regarding accessibility through the estate. In conclusion, additional parking evidence has been submitted and reviewed by officers, which is considered robust and demonstrates no unacceptable adverse impacts on highway safety or amenity. The proposed development will deliver significant benefits through the delivery of much needed affordable homes and through the sustainable redevelopment of brownfield land. The identified need for affordable homes over the local plan period being 7,900 homes, and we also understand that there are over 2,500 households on the housing register and circa 120 in temporary accommodation. Add to that the cost of living crisis and the current economic situation, the demand for affordable housing is only set to increase. As such, there is a clear need for additional sites such as these to deliver affordable housing. We respectfully request the applications are approved in line with the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarification for this particular speaker. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You said 45 parking spaces will be allocated to former garage owners. How will you police that? How will that be allocated?
Sure. If I could rely on some of my members of my team that have also registered to speak, and if I could direct that, please, to representative from Chorus.
Good evening. So the allocation of those spaces will be done through we have a garage manager at the moment. So all those customers that are currently have an allocated garage of those 45 will be presented with a space. How those spaces will be allocated to them alone, we would consider potentially putting in a parking post with a locked key, which means that they would be only allowed to enter that space themselves with the use of a key.
Thank you. Councillor Gorson.
Thank you. My question is around the blue badge holders. One question would be, do you know how many blue badge holders are within your area? But more, I suppose really, how many of the blue badge holders will be impacted, i.e. They currently occupy some of your spaces, so how many will be impacted and will they all be looked after?
So any current blue badge spaces, I don't believe are going to be affected by this development. Most people that apply for a blue badge actually will apply for it on the highway itself, not through us. Obviously, our sites are garage sites, not parking spaces which allocate disabled parking, so it's slightly different. So unfortunately, I won't have that information, as I said, because most customers will apply to highways for a space on the highway.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
In the reports before us, there are many mentions of voids, by which that means garages that are not currently tenanted. But we've heard from some of our objectors that they may have tried to obtain tenancies. Can you tell us more about that and how you might respond to those comments?
So where we can allocate somebody to another garage, we will. Some of the garages aren't tenanted because they are in need of repair. Some garages aren't tenanted because of the design of them. I think we've already discussed many cars now are way too big to fit any of the garages in that were built some time ago. So if there is our garages available in St Neots, we will look to offer them to the customers that approach us, which is, I think, which one of the earlier speakers is. We do hold a waiting list if people wish to apply.
Councillor McAdam.
You stated that a lot of the garages are in need of repair. I've seen the garages, actually. Why have they not been kept up in a good state by Chorus Homes?
So any of the garages that present obviously a health and safety issue, they would have been repaired. Some other garages are probably on a longer term maintenance, which might be why you've seen them not been repaired in that process. So as I said, anything that presents a health and safety issue would have been addressed immediately. Those that are on a longer standing plan would have been obviously part of that ongoing development.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Following on from that, can you tell me how many people are on your waiting list then, waiting for a garage in that area?
So I don't unfortunately have that list with us. What my colleague was just saying is that while this obviously was going through what we were discussing in regards to the garages, the closing list has been closed, other than those customers, as we've said earlier, that are looking to be redeployed to another area of a garage. So at this time, we are not taking on new applicants. As I said, we're going to prioritise those customers that already got garages that we're going to look to relocate.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Can I just ask a point of order? Will the applicant be available for us to question on each application, or is this our only opportunity to ask questions about all of the applications to come?
For all of the applications, this is the chance to ask for clarification now. But within each individual, we have some speakers who will be coming, and then the agent will be coming back again. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give me a feel for how things are at the moment. Obviously, in the past, when the garages were rented, the garage included not only the garage itself, but the forecourt itself, I presume, in front of them was, part of it because you needed to have the access to it. So are people, in effect, not parking illegally, but parking without permission at all at the moment? So what's become a matter of habit could, as has been said, you could stop it tomorrow if you chose to and just say, well, if these sites aren't being used and close them off. So how come the position's been allowed to continue like it? Is it a matter of it has rather than there's any been a definitive decision to do so or not to do so? Thank you.
Yes, so people don't have permission to park on the forecourts for that reason. If people have a garage, if people are allowed to park on a forecourt, they will block access to that garage that somebody's paid for. So the stance is that people aren't permitted to park on the forecourts. What's happened over a period of time is obviously operating outside of our working hours. We do police that during 9 to 5 when myself and other colleagues in the neighbourhoods team are available. Obviously, overnight, people are using that area without permission to park. And as you said, that's been a build-up over a period of years, not necessarily in the last year. And as I said, as you said, it's not with our permission to do so.
Thank you.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications, because we're getting you called Chorus and People for Places.
Yeah.
So if you could explain that first of all for me.
Councillor Jordan, is your microphone on?
Oh, sorry.
Could the speaker turn off their microphone while?
Move it a bit in order. Okay.
You need to press it again.
I'll press it again. And again.
That's it. Go on.
Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah. So you were talking about Chorus and People for Places. There might be some confusion. Perhaps you could just clarify that for the purpose of this.
Yes, so originally we were part of a large stock transfer from the District Council back in 2000. In 2000, we became Huntingdon Housing Partnership. Over that period of time, we then changed to Luminous, then to Chorus. Then in 2019, we merged with Places for People. So Chorus is Places for People. It's the same company. It's just we're now part of the bigger business being Places for People.
And just to follow up around consultation, there seems to have been some differences of opinion about how much consultation you have actually done. Could you kind of clarify what your consultation period was, whether you did a leaflet job, whether you did a face-to-face with residents? You know, that perhaps might help us to get a feel as to how you have engaged.
So, as I think some of the speakers have said today, the original planning applications went in last year, this time, and it was accepted by us that we hadn't notified customers before that date that the plans had gone in. We then, after that, had looked at what we can do to rectify that, and we arranged to have a meeting in February with local residents and councillors that wished to attend. We held that meeting, and then off the back of that meeting, we took some what we could address immediately, and that was fed back to the group that attended that day. We then sent another letter out in March to say, off the basis of this meeting, we're now going to look to reapply. We sent another letter a week ago, just to say that we were coming back today for obviously resubmitting of the application. Now, obviously, because not all the customers that live around these sites are our customers. They're obviously mixed tenure, so you've got people who privately rent or own their home. So what we did was we did a letter drop of 300 properties around each of the sites, and we did that in March, and then we repeated it last week, ahead of this meeting. Those letters did include my contact details, so customers could contact me directly if they had any concerns.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this particular speaker? Okay, so we will move on to any questions of clarification for the planning officer. We also have here today Mr. Tuttle and Mr. Parsons, who are from County Council Highway, if you have questions. Are there any questions for any of our officers? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, the reports give statistics on the number of garages that are void and not void. Is the fact that the garages are void or not void a material planning consideration?
No, it's not in that regard.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
May I ask a question of the county council representative? Some of the comments we've received relate to the traffic study that was undertaken and an opinion that perhaps some of the parking places included in that study are contrary to the highway code. Can you help us understand that?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay. So in terms of parking surveys, sometimes county councils, district councils have their own methodology for parking surveys. When that's not the case, people do tend to use the Lambeth methodology or variations thereof. As a survey itself, I mean, it does what it needs to do. It looks at the instances of parking on the street, where the spaces are. I think in this case they did use 5 metre spaces, which I don't think really would have been our preference. Should have used 6 metres, because cramming a big car into a 5 metre space is a bit difficult. But generally and overall, the methodology does look at where there are spaces and how many of the percentage of those spaces are actually used. So as a survey, it does what it needs to do. In terms of parking on bends and opposite crossroads, it is something which people aren't supposed to do, although it's rarely enforced by the police or by parking wardens. So sometimes you have to look at the facts of life and say, well, people do park in these areas. Is it generically unsafe? On a major road, I would say yes, it probably is. On a small estate road or an estate road of this nature, I don't think I could argue, in my experience as a transport planner and a transport officer, that it would be inherently unsafe and that it would cause significant issues in terms of accidents.
Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Question for the highways officers and probably our planners as well. You can work it out between you. One of the speakers suggested that using the Lambeth study was not a robust method to use on this particular one. Am I right in thinking that if this was to say if they were to be refused en masse, I'm just not saying they will or they won't be, and it went to appeal, that there's a good chance that the planning inspector would rely upon the normal methodology and may well say that the Lambeth. It's not for him to say the Lambeth study is not robust. If it's a method that would be used, was it one that he's likely to accept rather than challenge? Thank you.
I think given that Cambridgeshire or the district don't have any criteria for parking surveys, it is likely that inspectors would look to the Lambeth methodology, and I think they would say on the balance of probability, that would be the right way to go in the absence of any other documentation or guidance.
Thank you.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
When we consider all of the planning applications together, that this represents an increase in the population of that part of the town. And sadly, that would be an increase in the number of cars driving in that part of town. Has the resulting air quality of that situation been considered in this application?
What I can say in answer to that, the Environmental Health Department have been consulted on this and they've raised no objections. They have asked for conditions to be implemented regarding contamination and unexpected contamination during the construction phases, but it would normally be them that would assess air quality, and they've raised no objections in that regard.
Councillor Jordan.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And that is, do we know if there's been any police incidents in that area due to parking?
I'm not aware of that. It's not something that I'm furnished with. The only response I can give is that Cambridgeshire Police were consulted. They raised no objections. They said they were in line with the fire service in that they were happy provided people were parking legally and responsibly. They never raised any issues, and they just made some recommendations as to some design changes, not in terms of highway safety, in terms of public safety, such as lighting and things like that. They'll be added as informatives to any subsequent permission. Thank you.
Councillor Goulson.
Thank you, Chair. My question it goes around the why we deferred in the first place, and the deferral was a lot of the information was taken on per application, and we was asking Highways could they give us an indication in the round on all applications as to the impact of the extra vehicles being needing to park on the highway. And so was that looked at, and is there sufficient capacity for the vehicles that are going to be displaced to be able to park using whichever methodology?
Certainly the surveys would suggest that is the case. We've also got the parking for the new dwellings, also the visitors parking they're provided, and the displaced parking. So if you take that all into consideration, I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case.
Are there any other questions for planning officers or for highways? Councillor Sanderson.
So I just ask, Chair, who carried out the parking survey? This was on behalf of the applicants, is that right? Whoever conducted the survey, they were doing that at the request of the applicant?
That's a question for the applicant rather than the planner.
No, I think it's a question, surely the County Council, you know who conducted the survey. These figures haven't come out from nowhere, have they?
I think it was SLR that carried out the survey.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. The actual parking beat surveys were undertaken by a specialist traffic survey subconsultant called Traffic Surveys UK, who have been undertaking surveys for me and basically nationally of this type for 25 years. They were commissioned to undertake a survey in accordance with the Lambeth methodology on the basis that the request from the local highway authority was based on the principles of the Lambeth methodology. As the councillor says, that's the basis, and as the highway authority has said, in the absence of any alternative, that is the go-to methodology. That is also the methodology which is in the Cambridge local plan. Now, I appreciate this is not Cambridge, but Where such methodology is required in the county and therefore considered by the County Council as a highway authority, they have introduced the general principles of the Lambeth methodology. So the surveys are undertaken by a specialist traffic survey subconsultant who undertakes surveys like this completely independently. They have no idea when I commission them which side I'm acting on, and sometimes act on behalf of local authorities and other times I act on behalf of developers. All I want to know is what is the capacity and what is the demand of the roads in that area in accordance with the experience of a specialist traffic survey subconsultancy. So they weren't undertaken by anybody other than a specific traffic survey subconsultancy and undertaken in accordance with that methodology that was requested.
Thank you. Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yeah, one more for the officer, please. In each of the applications before us, you've assessed that there's no significant loss of green space. And I'm just wondering if you consider all of the applications in total, does that same conclusion apply?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, as you could see from the photographs displayed earlier, the majority of them are hard standing with the garages in place. And as we've heard, parking is taking place on them. There is no significant green space lost. There's no what we would call community green space. Typical highways, verges throughout a housing development, as you would expect. I should also point out as well that our urban design team have been consulted on these proposals from an early stage, and they've given advice on the design, and the plans are in accordance with what they recommended. We would also be looking to impose conditions with regard to hard and soft landscaping to ensure that the appearance and any loss was mitigated, but I wouldn't say there is any significant loss of green space cumulatively in the area as a result of this.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we will take a comfort break before we move on to the individual planning applications. Okay. Thank you. We will
We've known that for years.
return to where we just finished. So we will go on to point 4A. But before we go on to 4A on the agenda, I'd just like to remind those people that are in the gallery, please could you keep your voices down, because otherwise it interferes with concentration of the councillors and to be able to hear those that are speaking. Thank you. We will move on to 4.A on the agenda, and we will go back to our planning officer, Kevin Simpson. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we move on to the individual sites, in response to some of the points that have been raised this evening from the individual speakers, the sites have been addressed and assessed against local and national planning policy. So our local plan, the St Neots Neighbourhood Plan, and the National Planning Policy Framework. We've heard from Highways colleagues regarding the highways matters, and this is something that would have to be enforced outside of planning considerations. Any issues with legal or illegal or inappropriate parking isn't a matter that I can take into consideration in this determination. The land in question is private land owned by the applicants, and it's not highways land. It would result in the provision of 29 affordable dwellings. As we've heard, there are 174 garages to be demolished, and only 65 of them are in use, and only 45 from people who live in the vicinity. And in regard to the concerns that were raised regarding overlooking, loss of privacy, overdevelopment, quality of the development, I would point out that HDC's urban design team have been involved from the early stages of the development, and their advice has led to the plans that you see before you today. So as well as their assessment, I have also assessed that. So I would ask you to keep that in mind as we go through the individual sites. Thank you. So this is site 1, which is item A, pages 93 to 138 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 7 garages and the erection of 1 3-bedroom dwelling with 1 visitor space and 2 spaces for the dwelling adjacent to number 13 Mallard Lane. So that shows the location of the site and the garages that are there at present. Next slide, please. And this shows the layout of the site as it stands at present. So you can see the rear of the site and the Marshall Road flats. The view southeast towards the side gable of number 13 Mallard Lane, and the view northwest, so in the open space and dwellings on Sandfields Road beyond. Next slide, please. So this shows the proposed siting and layout of the dwelling. So you can see it's linear with number 13 to the right-hand side, and to the front you've got the allocated spaces for the dwelling and the additional visitor space there. You'll note the hard and soft landscaping that's been detailed on there as part of the scheme, and there is also cycle storage provided in the rear garden in terms of sustainable travel. All of the plans for this site are on one page. The location plan is just a smaller view of the one that was on the earlier slide. I just put a larger location plan on for ease. It shows the general arrangement of the dwelling and how it would be set out. Thank you.
We don't have any additional speakers for this particular item, so I will go to, are there any questions for our planning officer? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, thank you. In section 7.13, you make an assessment about the effects on the street scene, and I'm wondering, you conclude that it would not appear overly prominent in the street scene. Did you take into account the 2 extra car parking spaces that will be in what is now a green verge when coming to that conclusion?
So yes, what I would say that the development as a whole, as you see it before you, has been assessed in terms of its impact. I think it's in terms of a balanced opinion on the general appearance and layout of an area. So you take into account different considerations depending on what you're reviewing. So for example, something that might be acceptable it goes back to considering each application on its own merits. So something that might not be acceptable in one area would be acceptable in another. So, for example, conservation areas are afforded greater protection, as you'll be aware. And I come back to the conclusion that this is acceptable, especially given the feedback and information that we've had from our urban design team, who are, of course, specialists in the design of new development, and which they believe can be secured by conditions attached to the permission. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the planning officer on this particular application? There are no other. Councillor Davenport-Ray?
Sorry, lots from me this evening. In section 7.15, you're addressing the boundary wall, and you come to the conclusion that the impacts upon residential amenity are considered neutral in this regard, particularly when given the consideration that the resultant dwellings will be 100% affordable homes. Is the standard of overlooking different between affordable homes and homes that are not categorized as affordable?
Thank you. So no, there's no difference in where we consider something's acceptable or otherwise. So there are set considerations that you look at with regard to loss of privacy or overlooking. I think what perhaps that was trying to decipher was that, again, it comes to, in some locations, the existing layout is different in such a way that it can have, there are already impacts in place as a result of the development that's already there. So it's almost like it wouldn't be intensified as a result of the new development. So in some areas which are particularly dense, you might have greater impacts from loss of privacy and overlooking from either the original development or things that have happened since that time. So again, it's an assessment, and it's a balanced opinion on the level of harm that would be associated with that.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just further on to Councillor Davenport-Ray's point, the boundary wall, is that affecting a property that's semi-detached? Or am I looking at the wrong application?
Not a problem, no. So the boundary wall extends beyond the side elevation of the property. So I'll just ask my colleague to get the plan up there for me. So as you can see on the block plan at the bottom right, the boundary wall would extend to the left-hand side of the property. And I think what the report refers to is perhaps the degree of privacy afforded from the green space to the left-hand side that you can see there, and the provision of the wall. So that goes around the left-hand side of the rear garden, continues around the rear of the plot, and those buildings behind are actually the flats blocks that I showed on the earlier slide. If you could go back to the photograph, please, Julie, above. Yeah, so that shows the existing arrangement, and those are the garages to the right-hand side. So those are the flats, so they're flats buildings as opposed to dwellings at the rear.
Yeah, I'll just bring in our planning officer.
Thank you. Members, just a point of clarification, just an earlier question this evening from Councillor Davenport-Ray on the theme of material considerations and the loss of garages. And I think it's just really to clarify that just about anything can be considered a material consideration, but it's the weight you attach to it in the overall scheme for consideration tonight. So you have very comprehensive reports in front of you that take you through the rationale for the recommendations as they are, which do include the consideration of the quantum of affordable housing. But just as a clear point of clarification, as I say, just about anything could be a material consideration, but it's the degree of weight you would attach to the garages in this context, particularly with them not being habitable rooms or forming part of the curtilages of the individual dwelling houses, notwithstanding the conversation about lease arrangements, which are private arrangements between the landowner and, of course, those that lease the garages. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? As there are no other questions for our planning officer, we'll go on into the debate on this particular application. Is there anyone that would like to start off our debate? Councillor Corney.
Somebody's got to do it, haven't they? Very often we sit here, don't we? There's always things that we have to sort of look at, and we end up doing things that we don't like doing, but we have to look at policy, and that's where we have to be trained to sit here, and it's how we interpret what's in front of us. This particular one, I'm struggling to find anything against this one. Again, I look at this, and it disappoints me that there's no electric vehicle charging points going in, but I understand it because it says here it's not policy at the moment. But it would be lovely to see it, especially on some of the houses that do have parking arrangements next to them. Very difficult to do that when you don't have that, but here we are. But again, like I say, that's just one example of what we have in front of us. So this first application that's in front of us now, I'm struggling to find anything to go against it. I'll hold off proposing it just yet, just to see where the debate goes, but that's my feel at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corney. Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the question of balance on these applications, and what we've got before us here is an application that provides a needed form of affordable housing, which complies with our policies for trying to reduce our housing list from 2,500 to whatever number it needs to be. One's only one, but it all helps. So the balance tips in that way. It should reusing a brownfield site. We may or may not see it as such, but it is a brownfield site, so it actually complies there as well. It's in a sustainable location, which it is. I accept the fact that, in a perfect world, we'd like to see electric charging points now, but at the moment we haven't got the policies in place to insist upon that, so we have to work with what we have got. But there are things like the cycle stores in there, which are providing some use there. I mean, the counterbalance against it is the fact that there's 7 spaces that at the minute are being used, probably, if not illegally, but without permission, that will be lost. And it's a question of whether that outbalances the rest. From the evidence that we've had from the county council officers, and and what we heard earlier about the robustness or not of the Lambeth methodology of testing these, I can't see that actually outweighs the benefits of this site. And as much as it hurts me to say so, I can't think of an argument that actually leads us that far. I can understand what the local residents are saying, but I'm just thinking if it goes beyond this point, if we were minded, and we might be minded to say no, how do we present the evidence to the inspector when all the evidence that's been presented to us says exactly the opposite? And that's the one thing we have to consider. You know me from over the years, those of you who know me, I don't like to peddle disappointment. If there's something we can't do, let's say so now, rather than pretend that we can and then know that we're going to lose it on appeal anyway. I don't think there's anything on here where we can turn around and say, hand on heart, it's a black mark, we should not go ahead, when you balance it against the benefit of the site. If you want to, I'll propose it, because we've got to move these along somehow. So I'll take that I'll put that in as a proposal if you're happy to accept it.
Thank you, Councillor G. Councillor Jordan.
Yes, I think I have to agree with what's been said. It is a very difficult one, listening to the residents and everything. As you say, sometimes applications come before us, but I can't see anything that goes against policy here. I haven't heard one reason why, from a policy point of view, this application can't go ahead. And if anybody's got one, I'm prepared to hear it. But at the moment, I can't see why.
Thank you. Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, some of my colleagues have mentioned the word balance, and I think that's really our job here, is to look at the balance of the different issues. So yes, we do need affordable housing, and this would provide one. But from my point of view, the negatives balancing against that are a detrimental effect on the street scene and loss of some green space, which will affect the character of the area. So I'm minded to refuse. but I would like to hear the opinions of my colleagues.
Councillor McAdam.
Well, I've thought long and hard about all this. I cannot reconcile myself with the position about the parking spaces being lost and additional cars going onto the street, which is a negative thing. It's also the fact that estate was built that way it was because of a good reason, and you still got the same number of houses there, you still got the same number of people, you probably got more cars because, in my experience, car ownership has gone up over the years. It would be easy, from my point of view, to say yes to this individual application, because you're only going to lose a little bit of car parking space. But if you take that over the whole development, it suddenly becomes quite substantial. And I just feel that a great deal of sympathy for the residents and the things that have been said. So my inclination is towards refusal. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments? Councillor Goulson.
Yes, this is a hard one. We heard this back in February and it went on, and we asked for lots more information. I feel that we've been given the information, and in this case, certainly this one, I difficult to find any reason to go against the officer's decision. Because basically we've asked for the information from highways, from the emergency services, and we rely on those to give us the support that we would be able to refuse this. The only thing that you could hang your peg on here is loss of amenity, but the loss of amenity is the loss of some private land that they're, if you like, illegally parking on in some instances, or the garages. And so to that end, I feel I'd support this, the officers in this case. So if you need a proposal, seconder, sorry, I'm happy to second on this case.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, this one's fairly straightforward, actually. Unlike my colleague over there, I don't believe this is losing green space. It isn't. This is taking up the plot as it is. There's the garages and people park on the left-hand side, so it's all hard standing at the moment. So it's an easy one that you're going to get. I'm not saying people won't park on the green space, because that's the obvious thing that's going to happen here, that when the roadsides are full, so many homes have got 4x4s now, they'll park on the green space. But as we've heard before, they're possibly, if you like, parked illegally. Nobody wants the garages. They're not big enough anyway, unless you're going to redevelop the site and make bigger garages. They're of no value. I've done it in my own village and it works quite well. So I support the application, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that would like to contribute to this debate? Councillor Niche.
It's just a brief one, really. It's we've heard some really good discussions, shall we say, here, but there's very little in the way of material planning reasons as to why we shouldn't go through for this one. There's a lot of discussion about parking. Well, parking, we're not parking authority, but there will be a displacement. Whether it's legal or illegal, there will be some displacement. I don't believe there's going to be a loss of green space. We've heard from the officer himself is that it's neutrally balanced, but what we do in the balance of things is we're getting what with this one and subsequent ones there is affordable housing, which we have to put greater weight on. And the fact that, there is some detrimental aspects of anything that's being built here. But I think in something with this is actually less detrimental than a lot of proposals, because it's it's already a concrete jungle with some garages on it. So I agree. I think with this one, I think it's quite an easy one to support.
Okay. In that case, I will take Councillor Dew's proposal for approval of this particular application, and Councillor Jewson as a seconder. All those who agree.
Point of order, Chair. I would like to request a recorded vote.
You could do that. You would need a minimum of a third of the committee, which tonight would be 5, to request that. The alternative is to ask for your vote to be recorded in the minutes. So those are the options that are open to you. So if there's 5 people
Can you
who
explain
want
the
to
second option again?
you could simply say you want which way you voted to be recorded in the minutes, and then that would appear in the public document.
And point of order, Chair?
Yes.
As this is a neutral DMC, I'd actually ask the question as to why somebody would want it to be recorded votes, but that's just, if the individual would like to say why they'd like it recorded, I suppose they can then find out why the rest individually would like to be recorded.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I think this evening we've heard from residents of the area, we've heard from people who represent that area, and I think it's important for them, for the people who are not able to be here today, to understand the decision-making process that we've gone through here. Not everyone can watch us online, not everyone can be here in person to see us, and that would be my reasoning.
Chair, if I may, it just sounds like a political statement as opposed to this is a neutral DMC, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
So I would suggest, is there somebody who'd want to second that request? Okay. So in that case, you probably want to ask for a show of hands on any support for that.
Those who would like to record councillors' names on their votes, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. For the benefit of people watching on YouTube, there was 4 votes in favour, so there will not be a recorded vote. But if you want me to record your vote in the minutes, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on. So we have a proposal from Councillor Dew and seconder from Councillor Goulson in approval of this particular application. All those that are for approval, please raise your hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Against?
Those that are against?
1, 2, 3, 4. So that's approved, Chair.
So that is approved. We will move on to item 4B, and we will go back to our planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item B, which is pages 139 to 184 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 7 garages and the erection of 2 two-bedroom dwellings with 2 parking spaces per dwelling, adjacent to number 28 Springbrook. So that's an enlarged location plan showing the... no, I think we've got the... Excuse me, beg your pardon, I think we've got the wrong image up there. So you're looking for site 13, Julie, I think. It'll be quite early on in the... Sorry about this. No, they're not. It's because the Sorry about that. Thank you. So this is the demolition of 7 garages and the erection of 2 two-bedroom dwellings with 2 parking spaces per dwelling, adjacent to 28 Springbrook. So that's an enlarged location plan. So you can see the location of the garages and the proposed development site. These are some images of the layout of the site. So view from the garage courts looking southwest. And you can see the side of number 40 to 42 Springbrook visible there. There's the view showing the side elevation of number 28 Springbrook at the lower left-hand photograph, and a wider view from the access to the site on the left of the picture that shows that the side of 28 Springbrook in the rear of the photograph. So this shows the proposed layout and siting of the dwellings. So you can see there that there are tandem parking spaces associated with these dwellings, so providing 2 spaces per dwelling. It's linear with the dwellings to the right of the screen there. And you can see the soft landscaping that's been provided to the front of the scheme and the cycle storage in the rear garden there that you can see, and bin storage. Thank you.
There are no extra speakers for this particular application, so we'll move straight on to any questions of clarification for the planning officer. Are there any questions? There are no questions, so we'll move on to the debate. Is there anyone that would like to start off the debate for this particular application? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, I think, as I said before, it's important that we consider the balance of each of these applications individually. And to me, this application, balancing the 2 new houses that we need with the effects, is a much more palatable decision than the previous one. And so I'm minded to approve.
Anybody else? Councillor Dew?
Yeah, I'll keep it rolling. I think the reasons that I gave on the last one, that, in the balance of things, it's a brownfield site. It's providing the housing that we desperately need in a sustainable location. Yes, there's a loss of some parking there, but from our experts both our council and elsewhere, that doesn't, in my mind, mitigate the advantages of these coming forward. And so I'm quite happy to propose again to keep it moving along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dew. Any other? Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll go along and second Councillor Dew there. This is another straightforward one. Awful pity. I feel like, excuse me, everyone else, loss of parking, loss of an area to park. But I wouldn't like to take this before the inspector because, to be honest, we'd get pasted and we'd lose hand over fist and cost us a lot of money. So this doesn't have anything going for it to refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Is there anyone else that would like to contribute to the discussion? I will move on to the proposal. So Councillor Dew has proposed approval for this particular application, along with seconding by Councillor Butler. Please raise your hand, all those that approve this particular application.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And those against?
1, 2, 3. So that is approved, Chair.
And that has been approved. Thank you. We will move on to item 4C, and we'll go back to our planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item C, which is pages 185 to 230 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 12 garages and the erection of two two-bedroom dwellings with 2 spaces allocated to each dwelling and 3 allocated spaces southeast of 32 Mallard Lane. So the site you see before you is the enlarged location plan, and the following slide shows the layout of the site as it is at present. So the garage courts, you can see the side of 58 Whitehall Walk there, the surrounding development, the changes in design and character, the flat blocks in the rear, and the view showing the side elevation of number 32 Mallard Lane with number 57 Whitehall Walk visible in the background. Next slide, please. So this shows the design and layout of the proposed dwellings here. So you can see that they're semi-detached and one is set slightly back further than the other. You can see that the spaces have been provided. Just get my larger plan up there. To the right of the photograph, so you can just see to the right of the dwellings, there's the access with the allocated parking for the dwellings and the visitor spaces, allocated spaces adjacent to it. And again, you can see the proposed cycle storage in the rear garden of each plot, along with the storage for wheeled bins and the soft landscaping that is proposed as part of the development. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the planning officer? As there are no questions, we'll move on to the discussion. Is there someone that would like to start off the discussion? Councillor Niche.
Thank you. And again, this is similar to the previous ones, although difficulty with this one, there's 12 garages going, but there's plenty of additional parking being put in for this one. So I think, again, on the balance of all of this, it's giving another two bedroom dwellings and some additional parking. I think it's preferable, despite the fact that I do comprehend the issues with parking in other areas. There's minimal loss of green space. In fact, I think it almost looks as if it's adding to green space because some of the concrete's disappearing and getting some gardens. But I'm happy to propose that we accept it.
Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I think in this particular application, if we look at the street scene as it exists now, the garages are set back from the road, and as you make this turn on Mallard Lane, it adds to the sense of space of the neighborhood. And so when I balance the issues on this particular application, I find the benefits lacking, and so I'm minded to refuse.
Anybody else that would like to comment in this discussion? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Well, on looking through everything and going to visit the site, I would agree with Councillor Niche that I cannot see any reasons why there are reasons for refusal, so therefore I am minded to approve, and if you need a seconder, I will second that, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? We will go with Councillor Niche's proposal to approve and Councillor Gardner as a seconder. All those who approve, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4. That's approved.
That has been approved. We'll move on to our next item, which is item 4D.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, this is item D, which are pages 231 to 276 of the reports pack. And this site relates to the demolition of 13 garages and the erection of 2 3-bedroom dwellings with 2 spaces allocated per dwelling, 3 allocated spaces and 2 visitor spaces to the north of 197 Duck Lane. So just bear with me. Sorry, my colleague's just arranging the presentation for me. So the site plan you see there shows an overall location of the plot, an enlarged location plan. So you can see its location there. And the following slide shows the view northwest into the garage courts with the Mallard Lane flats to the right and the rear of Whitehall Walk visible to the left. And then you've got the view from Mallard Lane showing the current outlook in the area, so the rear of the garage blocks, the concrete blocks there, and the general view of the garage court looking east with the Duck Lane properties visible to the rear. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide, just going into the relevant plans. So this slide represents the proposed layout of the development. So you can see that you've got the left-hand plot has got tandem parking associated with it. And then you've got 2 spaces allocated for the adjacent plot. And then the access to the rear where the additional allocated and visitor spaces is provided. Again, as with the others, hard and soft landscaping is included and will be secured by condition. And there is provision for cycle storage and bin storage in the rear gardens. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our planning officer? As there are no questions, Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, thank you. Section 7.42 on the impact of trees, you've mentioned a sycamore tree, which is not under protection, but you recommend a condition for replacement planting in case of its accidental loss. Do I see that later in the document? Has that already been included, or is that something you've recommended for us to consider?
Sorry, so yes, so as you point out, it's referenced in 7.42 of the officer report. It may not, let me just check at the end to see if it was highlighted at the bottom. Yes, under the recommendation section, replacement planting as a condition is highlighted there. So generally we would deal with something like that if we didn't require the involvement of our tree officer, so a tree is not afforded formal protection, such as with the tree preservation order or within a conservation area. But if we felt that it made a substantial contribution to the character and appearance of the area, then we would look to impose a condition to say, if this tree is lost, we would look to secure some replacement planting there, and there's a suitably worded condition in that regard.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. 7.19, page 240, urban design have noted there may be some degree of reduced privacy. And it says that it's unlikely that it would be significantly detrimental to residential amenity. Is that purely on the basis of the height of the walls and the distance of the plots?
Sorry, just bear with me a moment. I'm just getting the relevant plans up. Yes, thank you for that. So just looking at the details in the report, it seems to be that the issue was highlighted because of the 3-storey flats that would be in the vicinity of it. So naturally, at an increased height, there is going to be some degree of increased loss of privacy to the development as a result. And I think it was mainly concerned regarding the rear garden area of the properties. again, I think it's a decision that you would take on balance as to the degree of overlooking that's already afforded in that area, against, for example, in the areas where there are 3-storey flats and 5-storey flats, there is always going to be some degree of overlooking into the surrounding properties. But again, on the balance of providing affordable housing, it's what the level of harm that is when you consider the cumulative impacts of the layout of the site as it is at present, the risks in terms of overlooking and loss of privacy as they stand, and what harm is going to be caused to either existing occupants or new occupants of the dwelling. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion? Councillor G, thank you.
Apologies, Chairman. Someone's got to. We can't all sit on our hands, for goodness sake. It's very much a similar argument. It's a matter of really the major difference I think on this from the previous ones has been identified by Councillor Sanderson is the overlooking and loss of privacy. And I think what we have to do there is accept that number one, it exists, and number two, as the officers has already explained, consider that in the balance of what we get from this. Is it worse than better than the overlooking, i.e. is the net benefit better? And also bearing into account that there's other premises in the area already suffering from the same thing, so it's not unusual. So as I say, once again, I'm minded to recommend approval if you'll take it, just to get it moving along. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Goulson?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Gardner, your microphone's still on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, it is a hard one all the way through these, but you've got to just look at the reason, and as was mentioned by Councillor Sanderson, the only one here is different to the previous is the overlooking, but on balance, I think that I've got to agree, and I will second this one along with Councillor Dew.
Are there any more comments? Councillor Butler?
Yeah, just looking at the overlooking from 63 to 74, I mean, the overlooking actually is worse for number 185. It's been there quite a while. We're actually further away on plot 2 than we are at the house at 185. So I quite like the design. I mean, they're trying to do both. They're trying to get the affordable in, and they're trying to create or hang on to enough car park spaces. We've got our hands tied on this one, so we can only go for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? We will move on to looking at approval from Councillor Dew and seconded by Councillor Goulson. All those that approve this application, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And those that are against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's approved.
That has been approved. We will move on to our next application, which is 4D, and we will come back to our planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, this is item E, which is pages 277 to 320 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 6 garages and the erection of 2 dwellings with 2 spaces allocated per dwelling, 1 visitor space and 2 additional allocated spaces adjacent to number 2 Mallard Lane. So that shows you the location of the development there. These photographs show the view northeast within the garage courts with the gable end of 2 Mallard Lane visible. The top right picture shows the view northwest with 60 Sandfields Road visible in the rear. The lower left picture shows the view southeast, showing the rear of properties on Whitehall Walk. And the bottom right photograph shows the wider view, showing the side elevation of number 2 Mallard Lane. Next slide, please. So as you can see from the plans before you, these are a pair of semi-detached dwellings. The parking provided is to the side. As you can see, there's a shared access, and the parking allocated to the proposed dwellings and the additional visitor and allocated spaces are all to the left, adjacent to number 2 Mallard Lane, as you saw on the photographs. Similarly to the previous applications, you can see that there is a degree of soft landscaping included, along with space for refuse bins and cycle storage within the gardens. Plot 1 is notable because the cycle storage is to the right-hand side towards the front as opposed to in the rear garden, but that provision is there. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our planning officer? There are no questions, so we'll move on to the discussion. Who will start off the discussion? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Well, looking at this particular application and all the previous applications we've looked at, I cannot see a reason why I've got any valid reason to object to it. So therefore, I am minded to approve, but I'll wait and see how the debate goes.
Councillor Niche.
Yeah. I'm in the same view that we're going through the same issues with all of them, although they're different locations. And I think it's important we do look at the different locations on this. And with all the previous ones and so far with this one, I haven't heard any material planning reasons as to why we shouldn't approve this. So I understand the concerns, and I think on the balance, again, as with the previous ones, the benefit of the affordable housing far outweighs the detriment, which we know is there on this, and therefore I'm happy to go for it then. All right, Ian, I'll go for it. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Corney.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's a bit of a theme at the moment, I feel, but at the same time, I'm going to ask all of our colleagues here, if there is a real reason for us not to go for this, please come up with it, because this doesn't sit well, but the policy says we have to do what we do. Don't have to like it, but if there is a reason, please come up with it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Thank you. Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yes, I'm minded to refuse the application, and so I will share my reasons why. And as with the very first one we looked at, it has to do with the officer's assessment of the damage to the street scene. And in this particular case, there is a loss of green space. And so we have to balance those with our need for affordable housing. And in this case, I find that balance lacking, and that's why I'll be voting against it.
Any other comments? In that case, I'll move to Councillor Niche's a proposal of approval, and Councillor Corney second that. All those who are minded to approve this application, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4. That's approved, Chair.
So that has been approved. We will now move on to item 4F, and we will go back to our planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item F, which is pages 321 to 366 of the reports pack. and relates to the demolition of 10 garages and the erection of 1 3-bedroom dwelling, with 2 spaces allocated to the dwelling and 4 allocated spaces. So this picture here shows the top left shows the view of within the garage courts with the side of number 10 Mallard Lane visible. The top right shows the view towards the side of number 8 Mallard Lane from within the garage courts. General view at the bottom left of the rear of Mallard Lane properties, and a wider view of the garage court from the direction of Mallard Lane. So the following slide shows the location of the proposed dwelling in relation to the adjacent properties. You can see the provision of parking to the rear as with the other cases. So the 2 spaces allocated to the dwelling and the allocated spaces are to the rear, access to the left. To the right. Again, hard and soft landscaping included in line with urban design advice, as well as the provision of cycle storage and bin storage in the rear garden. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the planning officer? In that case, we will move on to the debate. Is there anyone that will start the discussion? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I'll start this time. As I view the plans for this specific site, I find the balance of material considerations to be much more in its favor. The amenity it's able to provide, the fit into the street scene, and the number of replacement parking spots that it includes, I find easier to accept, and so I would like to propose approval.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to contribute to the discussion? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, on that, I would like to second Councillor Davenport-Ray for the same reasons the Councillor has already given. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? In that case, I will take Councillor Davenport-Ray's proposal of approval and Councillor Gardner as seconding for that particular approval. All those who are mindful to approve this particular application, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And those that are against?
1, 2, 3. That's approved, Chair.
That has been approved. We will now move on to item 4G on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item G, which is pages 367 to 414 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 6 garages, the erection of 2 2-bedroom dwellings with 2 spaces per dwelling, 7 allocated spaces provided, and 2 visitor spaces between numbers 20 and 22 Mallard Lane. So the plan you see before you is the site as it stands with the access from Mallard Lane and the garages for demolition either side. The next slide shows the photographs of the general layout of the area. Note the rear of the garage is facing onto the street frontage in the top photograph, top left. The top right photograph shows the general view from the garage court, showing the bungalows on Mallard Lane. Again, showing the variance in style, design, and the character and appearance of the area. The bottom left photograph shows the side elevation of 22 Mallard Lane and the Whitehall Walk properties visible in the background. And then there's a wider view looking out onto Mallard Lane, again showing the flats and the variance in style, design and scale of buildings in the vicinity. The following slide shows the plans, so the location and siting of the properties. These are a slightly different design in that the parking is included. As you'll see, the majority of the living space is on the upper floor, and the parking spaces are provided within the built development of the houses or the properties. The 7 allocated spaces and 2 visitor spaces are to the rear, access from Mallard Lane, and you can see those on the associated photographs. There is no cycle storage included as part of these properties. Again, that's been reviewed by Urban Design, but it's because I say no cycle storage within the properties themselves, within the gardens themselves, but the cycle storage is included in the garage. As you'll note, I think you can just see it down on the very bottom left photograph. You can see the space for cycle provision, which has been provided with the properties in terms of encouraging the more sustainable methods of transport. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the planning officer? In that case, we'll move on to the discussion. Is there someone that would like to start off the discussion? Councillor Goulson.
Yeah, I looked at this one and I thought the innovative way of having the parking underneath just gives that extra for the location of the area. We've gone through everything else. It is a tough area all the way round, but on the balance of everything else, I would be happy to propose acceptance of the officer's decision.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Dew?
Yeah, likewise, I've looked at it. I can't see on the balance of things that there's any reasons to say no. And as you say, the different development, a little bit innovative, something a bit different there, I think it's good. So I'm happy to second that proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Niche?
Not wanting to delay it any longer, but although it's innovative, I do have a slight struggle with the internal garages because I do have that worry that people don't use the garages. But on the balance, I still think it's the right thing is to actually go forward. But the potential is that those people won't use those garages. But I still think on balance, it's better than where we are.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor McAdam?
I do have one slight concern. That although it's innovative, it's also out of character with the rest of the estate. Thank you.
Any other comments? In that case, we will go ahead with Councillor Dewson's approval. Councillor Goulson's recommendation for approval and Councillor Dew as a seconder. All those who approve, put up your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And those against?
1, 2, 3. That's approved.
So that has been approved, and so we will move on to item 4H on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item H, so pages 415 to 462 of the reports pack, and relates to the demolition of 16 garages and the erection of 4 two-bedroom dwellings with 2 spaces allocated per dwelling. Out of the 16 garages, officers understand that 3 are used locally and the remaining 13 are void. The site plan you see before you shows the location of the site. There and the access to it, and the following slide shows general photographs of the area showing the Naseby Garden properties at the top left, the view southwest into the garage court showing the Duck Lane properties. The bottom left hand side view shows the view southwest with Cromwell Road visible, and that photograph is notable because this is a site where an additional condition will be imposed regarding tree protection measures. Whilst that tree is not protected, it's not within a conservation area. Again, it's considered an important feature of the Cromwell Road street scene, and so conditions will be imposed to retain that. And then there's a general complete view into the garage court showing the Duck Lane properties to the rear. So this is the overall general site plan. So you can see the proposed layout of the properties there in terms of the spaces allocated to them. There's 2 spaces per dwelling, the 4 individual plots. The top right image on there shows the adherence to the 25-degree light test, which has been assessed by the urban design colleagues. there and is in accordance with our design guide. Again, the hard and soft landscaping that's been included as part of the development there. And then the following slide, please, Julie, shows the general arrangement of the properties there. So you can see the two larger properties that have projections on them at either end, and the middle properties there showing their individual layouts. Thank you.
For this particular item, we have a speaker. We have Mr. James Smith. Yeah. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Am I on? Yep. So I live at 239 Duck Lane. These homes are built at the back of my home. I feel that these have been no consideration for not just myself, but for my neighbours as well, as they are actually, the rear of the house, they are actually looking over back gardens and into properties. It shows you there that on the side here on, I don't know if it's bedroom number 2 or if it's actually the toilet. This one is actually looking straight into my kitchen and into my main bedroom, which is around here. Also, the plans show that these plans do not show. Where's the 25-degree light test? Okay, so what those plans don't show is actually there's elevation from here, from the back of my house to the car park. Well, according to those plans, that's straight, but there's an elevation there, and you can see there's an elevation there from my fence. Yeah? So not only do I feel that the 25-degree light test is not looking great, I think it's exceeding the 25-degree light test, which is also it's going to be blocking our right to light as well. It's only a few years ago that we got new windows. We made our kitchen window bigger for more natural light to come in, so we weren't wasting as much electricity. But again, that's our right to light. Also with the parking as well, again, I know it's parking, but I'll say there's the view from the kitchen window, which is going to be, again, my natural light is going to be gone from house there. Parking survey shows as well on page 4 and 6, the stress of parking, which is between 77 to 115% stress on parking, where those cars are going to go. Because also allocated to these new homes is 8 parking spaces, but for the users there at the moment, 0. I've got to also say that my next door neighbour is a blue badge holder who actually leases a garage in this area. Now she's being forced to walk over 5 minutes away to a new garage or a new parking space. So all those cars, they're all going to go out into the road. I mean, you can see as well by the planning submission here, which shows obviously as well where the cars do actually park. They're not, apart from these ones here, they're not actually parking in front of the garages. A lot of them are actually around the back. So they're going to be out into the street, or they'll be parking on the green areas, which is just outside those new properties. Which you're asking us to find new places to park, which you can see there. We're not going to find any new places across the back because that's all full. Around the side, that's all full. Another one from the side as well, which actually turns into like where these new houses are going to, well, proposed to be built. And then onto the main road, where again, it's full. So where are between, well, on average, 12 cars going to be parking without trying to block or parking both sides of the road? I'm going to finish there. That's my time up.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? Councillor Dew.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a little question for you. I know our normal answer for where there's overlooking is if opaque glass or frosted glass is put in. Not trying to ignore the other factors, but I thought I'd start with that one. Would that actually help from your point of view if we were minded to approve? I'm not saying we made that a condition, i.e. that it has to be done. I know from example where a property was built near me, I had my doubts whether it would work, and it did. I wasn't happy, but I accepted that it was. I just wondering whether that would be something that would be acceptable to you. Let me turn on.
Would the windows actually open?
Thank you. Yes. So the window in the first floor side elevation of that property that would look towards yours, it's detailed in the officer report. That window actually serves a bathroom. So a standard condition we would impose on what we refer to as a non-habitable room would be obscure glazed and non-opening up to a height of 1.7 metres above internal finished floor level, which addresses the majority of amenity impacts and is quite standard. Thank you.
And the second floor?
So with the second floor, so when I refer to that, so the ground floor windows we wouldn't condition as obscure glazed, simply because of their location. Generally, a ground floor window, given the layout and arrangement of other properties, boundary treatments wouldn't result in significant overlooking impacts being in place. It's a first floor window that we would normally consider because of the view downwards into properties and gardens, etc., which is why those conditions tend to only apply to first floor windows or those above that height, of course.
Thank you. No, sorry. Are there any other questions? Councillor Nice.
Yep, I had two questions. The second one's already been answered because I was sure it was a bathroom window, but we've had that one which wouldn't have been related to you, it would have been to the officer. The other one, I've quickly tried to reorientate myself because on this one, which way does your house face? South, east, west, north? If you don't, it doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Okay. It was just a question from, because the other question I will ask later is about the light issue which you brought up. So it's okay. It doesn't.
Thank you, Councillor Coulson. Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the agent? Is that right? Yes. From the agent in with regard to this particular application?
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I know it's been covered to a certain degree, but just quickly in response to the gentleman's comments, I think in terms of the 25-degree line, which was one of the points that he picked up on, it is shown on the drawing and shown not to be infringed. And obviously, we've already covered the obscure glazing condition, which we accept. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the planning officer? Oh, for this particular speaker. Councillor Niche.
I've preempted it because he probably knows what's going now. With the relative differential in height, could you give some clarification of the leniency that you've got within that, and to actually what it actually was?
With regard to the 25-degree test. So the 25-degree test is where you do an assessment of a development that's going to be opposite what we would call a protected window. So that would be a window that would serve a habitable room. So you would assess whether it was the sole window or primary window serving that habitable room. And generally, it's only a ground floor window that would be impacted unless there was quite a substantial development being opposite it. So what you would do is you would assess the separation distance between the existing property and the new build, and then you would take a measurement from the midpoint of the protected window, which is, as a rule of thumb, about 1.5 metres above floor level. And then you would do an assessment of the 25-degree angle and where the new development would fall within that 25-degree line. So as was seen on the image at the top of the plans there, this was something that was demonstrated by the agent and was reviewed by the urban design team and myself. And so you can see that the 25-degree rule is not compromised there because the angle allows it to bypass the height of that property. There are some tolerance levels you would need, as per urban design advice, you would need there to be quite a significant failure to be in a position to refuse something in regard to loss of light because of a failure of that test, or indeed to request additional sunlight and daylight assessments.
Are there any other questions for our planning officer? In that case, we will move on to the discussion. Who would like to start the discussion for us? Councillor McAdam.
I'd just like to thank the last speaker. With regards to parking, I thought he was very eloquent, and I thought it was good that he showed the photographs he did, because it does actually help to illustrate what the problem's going to be. And as I said at the beginning, you had this gradual increasing effect that you displace cars in one area, just a few here and there, but it all adds up to a lot, and it's going to go on the roads as stated. That, to my mind, is harm, and therefore I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Dew.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate the speaker coming forward on that one. I think the two main issues are, much as I appreciate what my colleagues just said around the parking, I think the issues are still the same, and what the highways officers from the county explained earlier and our own officers, I think apply equally to this one. The fact that it's been highlighted by some photographs, which is excellent, but it shows the problem that people have got to deal with. I don't know if it actually gets around the fact that there aren't any actual objections from a highways point of view on it. So I think it's difficult. I think I thank the officer for explaining the 25-degree rule. I should understand it after all these years, and I'm still no brighter on it than I was. So that's good. And I'm pleased to hear that, you know, if we were minded to approve it, the glazing will be obscured and not opening. I think that's important to do. And you know, it's not a perfect answer, but if you're going to have to put up with something next door, at least it means that you know your privacy is protected to a degree. Can I just say that from experience on that, can we actually put a condition in that it's obscured glass rather than just a plastic film that's put on? I've had a few over the years. Residents have had put in where the plastic film's got on, and to be honest with you, you might as well not have it there. You get the right light, you can see exactly what's going on. And that's not the idea. So is it possible to do it? Actually, say the glazing should be obscured rather than a plastic film, which may or may not work put on.
Certainly, yes. So our standard condition with regards to obscure glazing, it normally says it's Pilkington K level 3 glass obscure glazing, and we put something on there to say that that has to be in place before the first use of the development and then retained as such in perpetuity. But yes, take your point, and we do specify the degree of glazing that we consider acceptable.
I think that's fair, because the last thing you want to do is gaze up a window and find it on there, don't you? There's a serious point in that. It is important. Thank you.
Are there any other comments that you'd like to make in this discussion? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I actually find this particular application one of our most difficult because there are some quite pleasing aspects of what's been included in the design, especially the retention of that green area and the trees in it. But the gardens are very small, especially compared with the neighboring houses, how pleasant they would be to live in. We have to balance against how many people need somewhere to live, which is terribly difficult. It does offer quite a few parking spaces. I'm not quite certain how I'm going to vote on this one. I'd like to hear the opinions of my colleagues.
Councillor McAdam.
The only thing I would say, whilst all these buildings, these new buildings are creating additional parking spaces, they're only creating additional parking spaces for the people that are going to live there, not the rest of the estate who are being displaced. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan.
I have to agree with Councillor Davenport-Ray. I found this one very difficult out of all of them. And I'm not convinced about it. Yeah, I can't find a policy reason, planning reason why you can't say yes to it. But I have found this one the most difficult, I have to say.
Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I would agree with my colleagues on this. I think it is a more difficult one. I mean, the biggest problem we've got on it is, the general issues that apply to this are the same as elsewhere. Brownfield site, well-needed affordable houses, sustainable location, etc., etc. It's difficult to come up with something that, if I was to propose refusal on this, accepting the fact that the officers are recommending acceptance on it, I would have to go in front of the planning inspector and represent this council, because that's how we work. The council who proposes it has to go and do it. I, as you know, got a lot of experience in this, and I can't see how I could, with a degree of confidence, go and do that. And that's the problem I've got, and where I agree with Councillor Jordan. It's one where you can see a few issues, but you can't find a planning issue to hang something on that actually has got any teeth, and that's the big problem I have with it. So as I say, it's not, it is one of the more difficult ones, and we've got to move it along. I mean, if it would help again, I'm prepared to, on the basis I can't, on the basis if you can't think of reasons to say no, we should be proposing, reasons to go. I'll propose that we accept it subject to the obscure glazing and other bits that we discussed, and see where we go from there. If that would help move things forward, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dew. Councillor Corney.
Yeah, I have to agree with everything I've heard so far. This is the one I struggled with the most myself. However, we can all come up with reasons probably that why we don't like it and what we could go against it, but those reasons just don't weigh enough, and that's the long and short of it. I think if we could find something that was heavy enough to go against the fact that it's all the reasons that Doug's come up with, the brownfield, and it's the fact that it's affordable housing, but we do need something really heavy to go against this, and it's just simply not there. So I think with that, with heavy heart, I'll second it.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, this is a difficult one, I must admit. I'm just wondering, because of the blue badge holder, whether we could condition probably one or two of those parking spaces that they be allocated to the blue badge holder. That's what my concern is at the moment, that, you know, all these spaces, and there's nothing for the locals, there's nothing, you know, we at least ought to try and condition something to, I don't know whether we can ask Richard, can we do that, Richard? Well, yeah, there's nothing
Sorry,
going for the
explanation of the-
local members, for the local residents here, where some of the other applications had a couple of spare car park spaces. So I'm wondering, can we condition this, that we save one or two and allocate them to the blue badge holders that are their residents now?
Well, I think there's the application has configured those spaces, so it's not for members to redraw the lines of that application. And also there is a difference between, as we've heard, blue badge holders in the sense of council parking and this situation, I think. So I don't think you'd have a reasonable conditions have to be reasonable, and I don't think it would pass that test. I think it's probably been designed that way specifically, but as part of the application. It's not to redesign the application.
Could it then, if with the approval of the applicant, if we could get the approval of the applicant to do that, could that be then legal?
Well, it's not really how this works. It's an application is made, and the applicant has a right for their application to be determined without being put on the spot. It's putting them in a very awkward position. I think I'll pass over to Clara, who I think wants to speak about this.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. A couple of things to bear in mind, I would say, with disabled parking spaces is one, that they are of different dimensions. So again, could they actually reasonably be accommodated? I would also just be mindful of too that I'll stand to be corrected, but I don't think in the context of this application, we're referring to blue badge holders in the immediate vicinity. So again, we could find that these are not being put in the right place to meet the needs of those users. And then following on from that will actually be, if I'm going to be quite frank, is the enforcement of this, because it would be on private land. So with that in mind, I would just bring it back to, I think, to consider what's being presented in front of us. What we also heard tonight as well was reference to blue badge holders clearly being able to approach Cambridgeshire County Council as well to secure those spaces closer to their own homes. And that's a separate process to planning. So all in all, I would encourage members to just reflect on the point being that we don't have a particular user in mind in this location at this time, and therefore you could end up recommending to forego more parking spaces than is necessary to meet a need that may not exist in this particular location. Thank you.
Clara, I'm just trying to get something for the local residents, because you know, they're losing it completely tonight. I do appreciate that, and I'm grabbing at straws to, you know, give them something.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Corney.
So Clara just pretty much said exactly what I was going to say, but I was going to ask the county, our county colleagues. I think, yeah, preferential, just to clarify for colleagues, I think if somebody puts in an application for a blue badge, they get the you know, rightly so, they get a preferential treatment there anyway, don't they? Is that correct? Where obviously safe and, you know, possible.
It's a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, you can apply for a disabled You can apply for a disabled space close to your house. It doesn't become your space though, because it's on the highway. So any disabled person could park in that space if they were visiting someone else. And there are certain criteria which they look at, you know, how are you, you know, what's your disability and, you know, etc. So, you know, there is a process to go through. And as I said, it's not someone's private space because it's on the highway, but it is a disabled space. And they're not, that difficult to get if you have all the right sort of criteria, you meet all the criteria.
Councillor Niche.
I think from a planning perspective, we're going slightly off-piste here, but I do agree that that's the route to go down, is actually having those disabled spaces, which could be looked at for alternative, but not through a planning application perspective. It's got to be done specifically through county council. So I think we should be careful we don't veer off, even though we do understand the issues that the locals will have.
Are there any other comments? Otherwise, I will take the suggested approval from Councillor Dew and seconded by Councillor Corney. Those of you that approve this application, can you raise your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's approved.
Thank you. So that was approved, and we will move on to item 4I on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item I, which is pages 463 to 510 of the report pack, and relates to the demolition of 24 garages, of which 4 are used locally, 5 from outside of the area, and 5 are void. The proposals involve the erection of 3 dwellings with 2 spaces per dwelling for each of the 2 houses that are planned there. And this is the site where a bungalow is proposed, which has 1 single larger disabled space allocated to it. The location plan you see before you there just shows the general layout of the area and arrangement of the garages at present. The image you see here shows the view from within the garage courts, with the Duck Lane properties visible in the background. The view to the northeast showing the rear of Duck Lane, with 132 to the left of the right-hand terrace that you see there. The view southeast into the garage court, with 144 Duck Lane visible and dwellings on Duck Lane to the left. And then the view south into the garage courts, with the flats on Brampton Gardens and the side elevation of 43 Brampton Gardens visible. Again, you can see the variance in the style and design of the dwellings in that location. So this shows the general layout of the site as proposed. So you can see you've got the dwellings to the left, so the 2 houses to the left, adjacent to number 43, Brampton Gardens. And then across the other side, you've got the bungalow with the 1 allocated parking space that I referred to. And those are the plans, elevations and floor plans for the bungalow to the left of the page. Beneath the bungalow on the right-hand side, you can see the spaces that are proposed there. So as I say, 2 spaces for each of the houses, 1 for the bungalow, which is to the far right and is the larger space, and 3 allocated spaces. The next slide, please. And the following slide shows the arrangement of the semi-detached dwellings on the plot. So you can see the ground floor and first floor arrangements, and the way that they will lay out as per the plans you've just seen before you. I never pointed out, but as per the previous proposals, there were hard and soft landscaping included, which again will be secured by condition, and there is cycle storage and bin storage proposed as part of the scheme. Thank you.
There are no speakers for this particular item, so we will move on to any questions that you may have of clarification for the planning officer. Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Thank you. Could you go back to the layout again and just show us where the allocated parking for the bungalow is? It's very small, maybe it's my eyesight, but I'd like to understand the relationship of where that particular parking spot is and the size difference in the distance to the bungalow.
Of course, yes, no problem. Yeah. So I'll just wait for my colleague to bring it back for me. So it's not that one, so just bear with me for a moment, sorry. So we want slide 38, please, Julie. Yeah, I think that was the one you had before. Yeah. previously. That's it. So the one that you see before you there, so you can see the location of the bungalow there, and the spot allocated to the bungalow is to the bottom right of the photograph there. So directly outside it, really. You've got the slightly wider space allocated to it. And then, of course, the remaining parking for the dwellings and the other allocated spaces adjacent to it.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the disabled parking space for the bungalow, it does seem to me, where you've pointed it to be the wrong end of the parking bays. It would have been better to have been the other end because that's nearer to the front door. Whereas they've got to get from the furthest point in the car park to the front door. So that's my only concern there, and I think that was the concern of Councillor Davenport Ray, was the fact that you're making the disabled person walk the furthest distance in the car park.
Are there any other comments, clarification for our planning officer? Councillor Dew.
Only because my fellow members have thoroughly confused me. Have we anywhere said that that's a disabled parking bay? We just said it's a parking bay for a bungalow, haven't we? I think we're presuming that because someone's in a bungalow, they need a disabled bay. I'm not sure it is. Can you clarify? I don't mind if it is that way around. I'd just like to know, please.
Yeah, no problem. So it's a space that's allocated to the bungalow, and without knowing the intricacies of how places for people might allocate properties, there's probably the suggestion that this property would suit somebody with multiple needs, and so might require the additional facilities of a larger space. But I don't know that for sure. No. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of clarification from the planning officer? Councillor Davenport Ray.
If we were minded to think about a change in that arrangement of parking, do we have any ability to suggest that or an amendment to that, or is that process has moved on beyond that point?
It's drawing back to the situation where we have to consider what we've got presented before us this evening, which is the layout of the parking as presented by the applicant. So it would be wrong of me to suggest that we could enforce that in any way.
Are there any other questions of clarification for the planning officer? If not, we'll move on to our discussion. Who would like to start our discussion on this particular item? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it's much like the others. I can see they've done their best to create as many car park spaces as possible. You know, not all these garages and areas are that pretty before. I mean, you got to give this a little bit of an advantage. I've been round them like the rest of you. You know, there's old cars there that are sheeted down and got bits hanging off them, and they're not all that pretty. You know, I'm not saying accept it to tidy up these sites, but it's not that bad. So, yeah, I'd like to propose that we accept this one.
Councillor Nish.
Thank you, Chair. I semi-agree with Councillor Butler there, but he said it, whereas I hadn't, in that, you know, it's not going to be detrimental in the view, and I think that's one way of putting it. And I would happily second it. I think it's the same as the others, and I comprehend where people are concerned about the parking, but it doesn't mean that particular item is a planning issue. I think it's a consideration for chorus or places for people. So I'm happy to second.
I will take that proposal of approval for this particular item, and Councillor Butler's approval and Councillor Nish is seconding. All those who are in favour of approval, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
So that is approved, and we will move on to item 4J on the agenda, and we'll go back to our planning officer.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is item J, which is pages 511 to 558 of the reports pack. And this relates to the demolition of 19 garages, 7 of which are used locally, 1 from an occupant from outside of the area, and 11 are void. The demolition will result in the erection of 2 two-bedroom dwellings with 2 spaces allocated per dwelling, 2 allocated and 3 visitor spaces to the rear of number 108 to 114 Duck Lane. So the plan that you see before you there, so we just showed the location plan of the area and the garages as they exist. The following slide shows the view southeast from within the garage court, showing the Henbrook properties to the rear. The top right-hand photograph shows the view northwest, showing the properties on Henbrook. A general northeasterly view from within the garage courts, and a general view of the court showing the surrounding Henbrook dwellings. The following slide shows the proposed layout of the site there. So you've got the general arrangement of the properties, the access there between the 2 properties into the shared access, and then you've got the spaces for the dwellings to the left as you come to each side of the property, the tandem parking to each side of the property, and the further allocated parking to the left-hand side adjacent to the entrance. Again, as with the other plots, soft landscaping will be added as a condition, and there are spaces for cycle storage, secure covered cycle storage and bin storage in the rear gardens. Thank you.
There are no speakers. Are there any questions of clarification for our planning officer? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to need a bit of your help in interpreting the plans on this one. So there's a private drive proposed between the 2 residences. Private to whom? And who is that providing access to at the rear of these properties?
No problems. I understand that it's because if you can see at the top left of that photograph, that image, in the centre there, you can't see it very clearly on these plans, admittedly, but the small grey block behind the 2 trees you see there is a retained garage. So there are some garages retained as part of the development.
Hello, Joe. Joe Drennan. Hello, this is Tony Roberts, the organiser of the meeting. As you can probably hear, we've got a fire alarm going off in the background. So the caretaker's desperately trying to work out how to switch it off. So I'm just letting you know what's happening at the moment. The various options, if we can switch it off soon, we can reconvene. Alternatively, we can reconvene tonight. Alternatively, we might have to reconvene on another date or possibly next month. So we'll let you know as soon as we can. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Right, hello everybody. Because the fire alarm is still going, as you can hear, we have come to the decision that we reconvene on next Monday, if everybody is happy to do that. So it would just be for the next 5 that we haven't heard, and the one that we're in the middle of. Oh.
maybe it's because we started talking about it.
Yeah, maybe. Right, is everybody happy to carry on? Fantastic. Thank you.
So I didn't write down
Yeah.
the question.
who owns it? You'd asked the question.
Okay.
Shared private drive.
Okay. Right, are there any, we will carry on with item 5J, and we were in the process of asking any questions of clarification to our planning officer. Are there any other questions of clarification for our planning officer? Councillor Davenport-Ray.
I'll just refer back to the question I asked before the fire alarm.
Yes, so I'm just waiting for the presentation to be shared. Oh, okay, no, seems to have resolved it. Sorry, we're just sharing the plans. Do you have to, it's saying you're sharing, isn't it? Thank you. We lost.
Chair.
Right. Sorry about that. I hope you can now. Yeah. Hopefully, sorry, Councillor Dav, before we read, you asked a question regarding the share or the private drive to the rear. It's because on that centre image, you can see to the left, behind the two trees there is a retained garage. So there are some garages retained as part of this development for whatever reason, whether they might be privately owned by people who've purchased them over the years and so on. So that shared driveway provides access to that garage space, and whoever the owner is. I don't have any more specific details on that because, of course, all the land that this development is on would be retained by Places for People. But as is my understanding, that's what that access is for.
Are there any other questions for our planning officer? If not, we'll move on to the debate. Who would like to start our debate?
Yeah.
Are people free next Monday evening? Okay. Yes, is that everybody? Yeah, because we need everybody that's here to be here for these 5 items. Otherwise, go through them all again. So we will reconvene. Oh. Can you, Councillor Davenport-Ray, are you available on Monday? Thank you. Okay, so we will convene this meeting at this particular point, and we will reconvene next Monday. And,
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear us, Joe?
I think that I've just seen a message, Joe. I think that's it.
Hold on. Next Monday reconvene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody there, so
No, I can't either.
I can hear you.
Although it's an interest. Well, that's only because I've come off mute. We seem to be the only 2 people that can talk.
Someone unmuted me.
You,
Oh,
to start 7 o'clock would 6 better.
7 next Monday.
7? Okay. 7 o'clock.
7 on Monday, next Monday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, at least it doesn't give out to the adults. You would just say no. No, that's why what if it goes wrong?
DFC where they're noise, the dog is making sure that there's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just right. What we should have done is suggest a time for Monday.
7.
Okay, right. Okay, sorry.
Everyone agreed 7.
Okay.
Sorry, Tony.
No, that's all right.
We're planning to do it on your, but then after.
Be more fun than this. Well, as long as the membership, yeah, okay, see you next week. Well, I mean, I suppose this is the question. If there are people who aren't here, then that's fine, but we can't have people who aren't here now coming to join in.
No, but then it would just be these 5.
Yes, sorry? You have a look. Yeah. Shall I end it?
So your microphone's not muted.
Oh, well, it has been though. I've just unmuted it, muted it to try and speak to Joe. Yeah.